Okay, we are live, folks. So let me know if you can see and hear me. Hopefully you can. Hopefully I remember to turn on the mic. Anyway, hello, folks. Can you see and hear me? All right. Blake says he can. Joaquin says he can. All right. So let's say hello to everybody we have in the pre chat right now. This time it's not going out publicly. I think I was responsible for that mess the last time. But anyway, let's say hello to everybody in the pre-chat. We've got Chime, Gabe, Ellie in the Netherlands, Gareth, Kim H, Joaquin, Blake Cosmos, Dana in Italy, Kelio in Portugal, I'm assuming. Mashera, generic pagan, Tiptoe is new and says that he or she is in Texas. Larry Jackson in Canada, trading stock. Valdan, if I remember, you're in the UK. Trevor V, Iwana Vimana, Ole, Norway, and I'm assuming Ole's in Norway, and Icon 66. So we've got 21 right now in the chat room. And we've been talking, and Might just joining us. Did I get new subscribers? I think I got a couple, yeah, from it. But anyway, we'll see. You know, those things tend to hit a long time after you do them. We've been talking in the chat about a lot of stuff, mostly the COVID nonsense, which seems to be the obsession of the moment. A little bit about the Brits playing chicken with the Russians with their warship. Yeah, good luck with that. Anyway, I wanted to bring something to everybody's attention. I have been rereading a book that I want to bring to your attention because we talk a lot about the hidden hand, Mr. Globaloney, whatever you want to call it. McAfee, yeah, I'm very suspicious about that. But anyway, I want to bring to people's attention a book. I may have talked about this before. I don't know. It's a fairly thick book, as you can see. It's called Hidden History. Subtitle is The Secret Origins of the First World War. And it's by two British gentlemen, Jerry Doherty, that's spelled unusually, Docherty, and Jim McGregor. This is a very interesting book because, and you have that book, Blake? Yeah, it's a scary book because they take the approach of Carroll Quigley, and they tie the origins of World War I to Lord Alfred Milner's kindergarten, as it's known. And they do a pretty good job. It's revisionist history par excellence. But I've always felt that, or thought, I should say, that the war guilt clause for Germany and all of that was just a bunch of BS, particularly given the behavior of Russia in starting all of that off. But if you're interested in a revisionist history, that's the book to read. Yeah, Milner, Rothschild, Edward the Seventh. You certainly can't leave him out. Edward the Seventh was a crucial part of it, and President Ramon Poincaré of France. It's a scary book because, if World War I was engineered, that means basically the entire history of the 20th century was due to some very severe manipulation and ultimately crimes against humanity. Um, it's really an incredible book. I read it about 6 months ago, and took all my notes, but I set it down because it was just kind of overwhelming to contemplate that basically it was a plot to lay siege to Germany. So how history would have been different, if they had not done that. So very different. But I'm reading it because it reminds me a lot of this current COVID plan scandemic playing with people's lives. Today, incidentally, folks, we do not have that many submissions. Once again, it's very thin. However, that said, we've got a lot of unusual questions, and I want to spend some time with a couple of them. Occult Fan submitted a question that's really very interesting, but unfortunately, I know nothing about the subject. So, unfortunately, it's going to be a quick answer. Byzantra also submitted a very interesting question. We have a couple of questions about the Chinese defector, which the more I think about that story, there is something huge going on there. Gabe says, I've noticed, I've been a member for almost 4 years, noticed a cycle in topics and memory. Yes, the topics do cycle. A couple about the time that you joined, Gabe, we were constantly talking. We had very long vid chats. We were constantly talking about the metaphor. Then it kind of slid a little bit into theology. Then it kind of slid into politics. So we do seem to, we seem to get focused on certain themes in vid chats. Keelio says, nice hat. Thank you. This is my Have Gun Will Travel hat. If you remember that old television series with Richard Boone, I remember it because, I watched it as a kid. Blake Cosmos says, speaking of World War I, here's an interesting fact in the lead up to the war. Not surprisingly, the Rockefeller Foundation, which was formed by John D. Rockefeller in 1909, funded the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Anthropology, Eugenics, and Human Heredity. Yep. Chief executive of this institution was none other than Swiss psychiatrist Ernst Rudin, Hitler's director of genetic sterilization and founder of the Nazi Society for Racial Hygiene. Yep. In fact, the Nazi, I think it was the 1935 laws, racial purity law, I don't remember what it was called, was modeled on state laws in this country. So, this country, stop and think of the amount of hideous stuff that Anglo-American, Anglosphere, whatever you want to call it. The World as Laboratory. Oh, that sounds like an interesting book. But anyway, yeah, you don't need to dig and scratch too long before you find the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds. It's unbelievable. Godless, soulless people. Which is an interesting thing because we have a question along those lines. But anyway, 28 people in the YouTube feed, and we've got 25 in the chat room. I'm sorry, I haven't been keeping up with greetings to people entering the chat room. Generic Pagan, welcome. Might, welcome. Laura, welcome. Dan Pole and Eudemonist. So welcome to everybody. But anyway, By the way, folks, I had to reschedule the wrap up with Catherine. They're again predicting storms, and I'm sorry about rescheduling because of storms. But the problem is, if I'm recording, I cannot hear the storm sirens if they go off. And the second problem is, no one wants to listen to lightning going off during recordings and all of that stuff, or to have the recording interrupted by a lightning strike in the middle. I'm just trying to play it safe. But we are going to do that on Wednesday. I'd originally scheduled it for tomorrow. Oh, the Enlightenment. Yep. Pope wrote it, Rockefeller financed it, and Yale believed it. Yeah, the Enlightenment left to itself isn't much of an enlightenment. I mean, think of Robespierre and the Committee for Public Safety. Yeah. I mean, you read about the French Revolution, and it's just one cabal after another, and they're all bloodthirsty. But, we may be witnessing the end of that project. And it may not be a bad thing in the long run. Who knows? And I'm going to start right at 2:00 today, folks. I just thought I'd start the pre-chat a little early because of conversation that we've been having. Blake says their fascination was with rats and things like punishment harnesses. Yeah, got to keep the masses cold. They're just unreal, and they what's unreal about them is they consider themselves the elite, and they're stupid. They're stupid. They want to remake society in their own narcissistic image, and of course you can't have a society of narcissists. Unreal. Totally unreal. Wow, we keep adding people here. Who snuck in now? Mason Glaus. You're new, Mason, so let us know what country you're in. Technomage just snuck into the chat room. But anyway, yes. World War I, just unreal. Technomage says, I don't think Robespierre classifies as enlightenment. There's nothing reasonable about slaughtering a bunch of people. True, but remember Robespierre's thing was virtue. I mean, sit down and read him sometime. He's straight out of that that Enlightenment trend. Mine 87 says they're nominalists in philosophical outlook. Oh, where's Scarmoj when we need him? I would definitely agree with that. Definitely they're nominalists. Mason Glaus says he's in the USA. Well, welcome. If you don't know our format in Vidchat, Mason, we usually have these little informal pre-chats, and then at the scheduled time, I give the doff of the hat, and we're off and running. Yeah, I had just heard from Scarmos. I haven't got back with him yet about the schedule. I need to do that this weekend, but we're planning on a week in August, probably from the 9th through the 13th, somewhere in there. He wants to talk about um, the American logician philosopher Peirce in connection to Weltanschauungskrieg, or worldview warfare, which is the German World War II term for psychological warfare. The German term is much stronger than just psychological warfare. So that should be interesting. Although I'm going to be scrambling to try and keep up with with Charles Peirce. But I can see the relevancy of it. What is the picture of on the cover of God, History, and Dialectic Volume 1? I don't even remember. Hang on. I don't remember what that picture is. Actually, those pictures, those covers, those covers were done by Daniel. It looks to me like it's a frieze off of a Romanesque cathedral somewhere in Europe, but I don't know what it is of. I probably should know. But I was just frankly so wanting to be done with that tome. Blake Cosmos says, as the Collins brothers argue in their book, the powers that be filled the Kantian rift with lots and lots of woo and lots of ufology ops, which events, oddly enough, also seem to happen around or even between military bases. Yes, oddly enough. And I do agree with them. You know, Kant, to a lesser extent, Descartes, they both have that rift. And it's been filled with a lot of woo. Gobs and gobs of woo. I'm thinking largely, Blake, in New Age terms, but you know, it's basically nothing but classical Gnosticism, bereft of its more religious components. Let's put it that way. I've been rereading Saint Irenaeus of Lyon, and it's a it's just so prescient, you know, considering the fact that it was written in the 2nd century. Blake Cosmos says, show me a UFO and I'll find you a spook and an occultist every time. Isn't that the truth? It is unusual how much of that, you know, and that's one reason I don't like ufology. I just try to avoid it because there's so many people with their heads full of so much taurum excretum, to put the Latin on it. Beat the Drum says there is a meme here that the death of an Aquino is always associated with some nation-saving event. Former President Noynoy passed away this week, so I'm hoping that presages something positive. Maybe Duterte could walk off a very high building. He has just threatened to arrest all vax deniers here, so his removal would be a good thing. When he uses words like arrest, it is simply code for kill them all. Yeah. Blake Cosmos says, on a few purported men of the cloth. Oh, You know what I've said all along, Blake? Every single church that you can think of is badly co-opted, bar none. Badly co-opted. I could tell a lot of stories. Oh my. 32 right now in the YouTube feed and 30 in our chat room. Welcome to Lurking Learner. And let's see. I think I've got everybody. And welcome to Occult Fan. Occult Fan, that was a very, very interesting question. And unfortunately, I know nothing about it. So I think you're onto something, definitely. But I know nothing about it. So my answer is going to be very short, unfortunately. But it's a cool question. A very cool question. Actually, the person to ask would be Catherine Fitz. Anyway, and Billy Graham, oh dear, right down to his screen test for Hollywood and his deep ties to Henry Luce and C. Oh, don't get me started, Blake. Don't get me started. You know, Blake, growing up, I was odd man out because everybody I knew loved Billy Graham. I didn't. But that's me. I'm not, you know, I have little to do with evangelical religion, and I just, you know, no, I couldn't do Billy Graham. Oh, wow. Oh, I don't know if Catherine, I don't think does any interviews on programs like yours, but anyway. Lurking Learner says Franklin Graham pushed the vax on Gab. Yeah, I know. Blake Cosmos says the Wemhoff book on John Courtney Murray was essentially a 1,000 page indictment. Yeah, it's I bought that book on your recommendation, Blake, and I have skimmed through the whole thing. I haven't sat down to actually read closely, but you know, in college, I was constantly, you know, I was constantly the target because I went to an evangelical school, and you know, at the time being a high church Episcopalian, I was constantly the target. And what, you don't like Billy Graham? Well, why? You know, can't have a Vatican conclave, Blake Cosmos says, without a contingent of Masons present. Yes, thank you, Pius the Ninth. Just, you know, Schwarzenstein's in the chat room. Welcome. I just can't do it. I'm a bangles, baubles, and beads kind of Christian. I don't know how else to put it. I've also smells and bells. Yep. I have my own collection of liturgical bloopers too. The first time I helped serve mass, I knelt on my cassock, so when I had to go to stand up, I couldn't stand up. Oh my. Beat the Drum says you need to decorate your hats, Dr. Farrell. Yeah, well, I'm running out of room for my hats. I've got a top hat, a Homburg, a couple of these, what I call have gun real travel hats. If I show up wearing a fish hat, I'm asking for a refund, Blake. Kim H says, speaking of evangelicals, I've been watching the House and Senate Appropriation Committee meetings. There was one where they were brainstorming how to get more jabs in arms. One guy kept harping on how they needed to target white evangelicals. Yeah. Schwarzenstein says, if you start rocking a miter, I'm out of here. Well, if I were rocking a miter, Schwarzenstein, it wouldn't be the pointed kind. Actually, the earliest Western miters look like the Eastern miter, which is kind of a crown thing. If you've ever seen Robin Hood Men in Tights, Schwarzenstein, you'll know the kind of miter I'm talking about because Dick Van Patten, who plays a mitered abbot in that movie, is wearing the old Western style miter. But anyway, all right, now what's going on here with my emails? Weird. All right, well, I'll look at that later. We are live TSC with pre-chat, but we are not yet in the chat. And we've got 31 in the chat and 31 in the YouTube feed. Kim H says the white evangelicals are holding. Well, the one good thing about evangelicalism is it's not hierarchical, it's decentralized. So, you literally have to get every little pastor on every little church corner to go along with it, and that's just not going to happen. Blake Cosmos says, what's your thinking on where the open conflict is most likely to break out if they play the war card? Taiwan? Blake, I don't know. It's the problem. The problem there is, I think this Chinese defector story is a huge story. And it could be Taiwan. It could be the South China Sea. It could be in the Middle East. I'm thinking particularly Turkey's big play recently with the Sultan wannabe. Yeah, the Brits want to go back to the Crimea and refight the Crimean War. That didn't work out too well for them the last time. So, Schwarzenstein thinks that he's not sure that they really want to pick a fight with anyone who can really retaliate. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking too. And Nancy Piglosi, Kim says, wants to form a House committee on the January 6th insurrection. Yeah. Well, the problem, Beat the Drum, is I cannot satisfy everybody what they want in terms of source. I referenced that article because it's the most complete that I was able to find in the short time I had to do it. It was the most complete in terms of what it was saying about it. So again, you have to understand my method. My method is always, when dealing with a story like that, to assume it's true and then speculate on the basis of that assumption. But as for vetting sources, there are so many out there. I don't have time to vet them all. You folks have to understand that. So that's the reason for my method. Schwarzenstein thinks that if we see any action, it will probably be in Latin America. I don't rule out Latin America either. Venezuela, I don't rule any of that out. And if this country keeps going the way this country is going, it may be here. Who knows? Yeah, the defector, did he really defect, or was he captured? Is he, Walter Bosley did a broadcast last night. Is he a genuine defector, or are they running a double agent provocation operation? There's all sorts of ways to parse this. And I'll be getting into that because we have a couple of comments on it. But if he is as highly placed as everything that I've seen indicates, then this story is big, 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 big. Ellie says, I wonder how that story became public. Well, the article that I references articles by a lady by the name of Jan Lairs. I forget what her first name is. Mason Glaus says it may be the reason the Biden administration suggested looking into the lab leak theory, covering their butts. Oh, there's so much butt covering going on right now. My guess is that if I lean towards him being a genuine defector, I'm like Walter Bosley. I'm just kind of a little bit over the center line. Tiptoe, Daniel's doesn't have the time to do dialogues anymore. If he's that high profile, Ellie is surprised it became public. Well, he's been apparently in this country for at least 3 months, so it's just really starting to come out. And given the fact that he supposedly defected to the DIA, whatever is coming out, in my guess is it's coming out because the DIA wants it to come out. But again, we'll get into all of that with the actual chat. And my bet is also the Senate Intelligence Committee is going to be all over it. Infighting between agencies, yeah, that's one thing. Schwarzenstein says, I think the lab leak is just clever obfuscation. It seems the virus was a neocon attack on both China and Iran, with quite a bit of international blow. Yeah, there's an international cabal aspect to it that bothers me. Blake Cosmo says, we've got full factionalism on display in the U.S., and I don't know if you've seen any of the recent footage of Swampington, D.C. It's a ghost town, quite literally. I have seen it, and yeah. The country's falling apart. I read an article by Angelo Codavilla called to Rescue a Nation. It was published in the American Mind on June 22nd, 2021. And I even wrote this quotation down. and it goes this way, quote, "The United States is coming apart. The only question is whether it finishes so as to avoid violence or as the result thereof," unquote. DC is bizarre. You know, the last time I was in the swamp was in 1993 or 4. And I had to get out of there. The atmosphere there was so, I don't know how else to put it. It was so spiritually off and oppressive that I just had to get out. I went to do a little research in the Library of Congress with a friend of mine. We found what we wanted to find, and we hightailed it out of there because we were both feeling it. It was just creepy. Schwarzenstein says the CIA is still effective and powerful, but from some of my research, the real power in the intelligence community lies primarily with the National Reconnaissance Office. Yes, I would agree with that. Yep. Laura says a book on factions would be good. Well, Laura, read that book about World War One that I referenced earlier, because that's really a very interesting book, because they put Carol Quigley's thesis to the test of looking at World War One. Kim H says a YouTuber had a video of helicopters practicing landing on the White House lawn. Um, I wouldn't be surprised, Kim H. I think things are in a much more perilous state than people can imagine. Uh TSC is saying that Lyme disease came from Fort Detrick. Actually, listen, TSC, you're onto something, because I have read all sorts of weird articles about Lyme disease and ticks and how that got started. Yeah, Plum Island. Yep. Yep, Plum Island. And Mason Glaus makes the point that Obama stopped gain of function research, which gave the excuse to ship the research to China. Yep. Yep. Now, as I recall, President Obama, when he gave that order, was not, the way I'm reading him, he was not simply trying to create an excuse to ship it to China. He wanted it shut down, period. And if that's the case, more power to him. TSC says nothing is true unless it's officially denied. That's true. Too true. Our wonderful government. Blake Cosmos says, I recently heard from KDB that there's now ample evidence that Gulf War syndrome came from the experimental vaccines they were giving to those who were sent to theater. Yep. Do I have any good book about the 1918 influenza bioweapon connection? No, I don't right off the top of my head, but I can tell you this, that much of it's connected to Fort Riley in Manhattan, Kansas. And guess who was the commandant at the time? George C. Marshall. George C. Marshall. Wasn't the effect of the Spanish flu made worse by the medical? They were doing vaccine. There we are again, vaccine tests at Fort Riley, and vaccinating soldiers with whatever this vaccine was before they were shipped off to Europe at the end of World War One. So there's a school of thought that it spreads from there. And Beat the Drum is correct. He says the whole masking thing was counterproductive then, too. Yep. Making some cigarettes here, folks. Not trying to be rude. Blake Cosmos says, we had friends whose father checked himself out of the hospital before they killed him. Yep. I'm to the point, I've had this tendonitis. I've got my little finger wrapped, and I don't know where it came from or what happened. I think it's tendonitis. It feels a little bit like it, for about a week. And originally I thought I would go to a doctor, but then I thought, no, I don't want to go to a doctor because, have you been vaccinated? Blah, blah, blah. Well, let's get you jabbed while you're here. So I'm wondering, how many people are afraid to go to a doctor for other things now. Tiptoe says I am. Yeah. Well, I can believe it. I've also heard that there are some doctors that are not accepting patients who have been vaccinated. So, if this goes on, these people are going to have to be held accountable somehow. Any thoughts on the vaccine as simply a test run, or maybe I do think an aspect, interesting question, Mason. I do think there are certain aspects of this whole COVID plan scandemic that appear to me like a beta test for something much more significant. Blake Cosmos says this whole us versus them scenario is in the middle of being inverted. How do you mean? Ha! Laura says, I went to Tesco's today maskless. Security asked me why no mask, and I said, I work for the G7. And everybody clapped. Blake Cosmos says that he thinks the vaxxed will be shunned ultimately. Well, I hope not. You know, most of those people who have taken it have, you know, they're innocent of any evil intention. So, you know, I don't hold it against them. I hold it against the media that have been complicit in this, that have not covered alternative therapies, have not covered the alternative science to it. All right, there we are, folks. Cigarettes are made. Ouch. You Demonist is in the chat room. Welcome. You Demonist, you're probably our oldest continuous regular. I think you became a member almost as soon as we started this. You Demonist says since the very first chat, only missed one. That's right. I think that's right. Wow. That's quite a long time. Wow. Blake Cosmos says we have two groups of non-wearing mask people here. The one struts around like they just cured cancer and preen. The others give you that side glance that says, I'm done with this nonsense. I don't care if you've had it or not. When did we start these vid chats? It's been way over 10 years. I don't even remember. Liviu Berjega's in the chat room. Welcome, Liviu. Might 87 says the missing and dead biochemists, virologists, and doctors is scary. The story Jeff Rentz covered at the beginning of 2010. This shows how international and long-term their planning must have been. Yep. Yep. But, you know, for all their planning, they're still going to lose. Winston, 1984, another old regular back in the chat room. Welcome, Winston. I tell you what, folks, I also got a book at the used bookstore here about a year ago. Finally started to sit down and read it. It's called American Confidential. It was written in 1952. And reading the opening chapter, nothing has changed because they're complaining about the same stuff. Mogar says, if you want to make God laugh, then tell him about your plans. True enough. Yeah, I'm beat the drum. I'm very suspicious about McAfee's suicide. I don't think for a moment that it was a suicide. Assange as well, Blake Cosmos. I get the impression they're scrambling to put out all these little fires that keep popping up. BC Nick says, I was listening to a Veritas interview yesterday, and he interviewed a Canadian reporter who has obviously been banned, but he pointed out one thing that is starting to wake people in Canada up is watching the NHL National Hockey League Stanley Cup Finals. In Vegas, the stadium's packed, no masks. In Montreal, only 3,000 people, and masks are mandatory. The juxtaposition is hard to ignore. Yep. Yep. It's only going to get worse, folks. It's going to get much worse before it gets better. Blake Cosmos says, remember all those odd resignations at the end of 2019, like Rahm Emanuel deciding not to run for re-election? I'm seeing certain officials starting to really work to lower their profile. Yep. And this Chinese defector thing, Blake Cosmos, I suspect he's legit, and I suspect that it's got a lot of people worried. Kim H says, I was intrigued when you mentioned writing your dark book if things go sideways. I put that book on hold, Kim, largely because it's a dangerous book to try and finish right now. It's very dangerous. So I have to, discretion is the better part of valor. There's lots of stuff I don't talk about, folks. Lots of stuff. I will talk about certain things privately with individuals if I think they're ready and able to hear it, and so on. But even then, I'm very cautious. I have to be cautious, especially now. I began that book when Trump was still in office. Could I write a fictionalized version of the dark book? Not very easily. And it's something that needs to be, nonfiction. But it's basically all of my writing is on hold. Gabe says fiction is always difficult, especially if you use the style of the great books. Well, you know me, I'm enamored of, number one, traditional diction. And I like a certain amount of elegance in my fiction. Blake Cosmos says Gordon White talks about how everything they do to try and hold on to their power is now working against them. I'm trying very hard not to feed that agents. I don't know why he's saying that, but I kind of get the feeling too that there's something going wrong for them, and I don't know exactly what it is. We don't have a lot of questions, Gabe. It's very short. Your mother submitted a kind of fun little observation. But it's probably going to be a short vid chat, depending on how long I talk about some of the questions. Kim H says in those congressional hearings, the outspoken Republicans keep asking Austin and Milley to define domestic terrorists. They wouldn't do it. They just evaded. Well, by every definition of what I've seen, they would consider all of us in this vid chat to be domestic terrorists. We are committing the horrible sin of thinking for ourselves. Blake Cosmos says that Scaramouche would say that when you try to approach changing material reality in the way they're doing it, that they are running a very high risk of invoking that which they will wish they haven't. Well, yeah, I've been warning about this, for most of my life. When you start invoking high heaven, don't be surprised if it shows up. We're in Isaac Asimov's Foundation series. I mean, to me, when the Colonial Pipeline people admitted that, one of the reasons the pipeline went down is they didn't have anybody around that knew how to operate the pipeline manually. So there you go, folks. But I think Blake, that Scaramouche is right. They are, they're playing with reality so much that they're losing their own grip on things. Blake Cosmos says, I honestly think at this point they have their hands full and more troublesome individuals than they will ever be able to address. Better not to help them by proving to be your own worst enemy. Yep. Absolutely. St. Justin Popovich, papism as the oldest Protestantism. Actually, Popovich is citing or kind of taking off from Alexis Khomyakov, one of the 19th century Russian Slavophiles. And I believe it was Khomyakov who said the Pope is the first Protestant. Chime says, as Catherine Austin Fitz has said, using the field to dumb us down, they forget that they're in the same field too. Yep. That's one reason I think that the so-called elite really are stupid. I pointed this out way, way back with George Ann Hughes, Chime, on her show, that they've surrounded themselves with their own yes men for so long that they can no longer think outside their own box. Winston says open systems, they think they're in a closed field. Yep. Just stop and think about it, Winston. They only associate with themselves. So in other words, they've created a kind of artificial closed system and it's not working out too well. Blake says it's not social engineering, it's blatant warfare against all that's human. Yes, it is. If you stop and think about it, they're at war with women, they're at war with men, they're at war with old people, they're at war with blacks or whites, they're at war with children. I mean, in other words, humanity. And it's all Russia's fault. Yeah, I know. Oh, those Russians. Boy, I tell you. Mason Glau says they're even at war with our pets. I know. I know. Laura says divine intervention opens systems up. Yeah, it tends to do that. Oh, my. Half an hour to go, folks. Russia. Yes. I think I'm going to adopt that tactic. Every time I have computer problems, it's going to be Russia's fault. Wow, that's a long comment. And it's moving. Technomage says, I'm from the Soviet Union, so you can blame me. Oh, yes. Unreal. Just unreal. Blake Cosmos says Technomage is Putin's information technology specialist. You know what these people welcome to the stay out of Russia waters, Marshall. Yeah. I mean, they keep pushing this Russia narrative and they don't stop to think how it makes them look. If Russia is behind everything, then the question is, what are they doing about it? Answer, nothing. So, Gabe says, I'm a 20th generation Byzantine agent in exile. That business about the Russian fleet during the Civil War, Kim, that is true. That is entirely true. The Marshal says they just told the British today if the warship gets any closer on to the land, they will drop bombs on top. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Blake Cosmos says, as bad as things are here, I think Britain is in far worse shape. Blake, I have to agree with you. In fact, I just emailed my friend Peter Ross, that's been in the chat occasionally, to see, I haven't heard from him, and I haven't heard back from my email to him. So I'm wondering, just what's going on. And we haven't seen or heard from KDB in quite some time. So I'm wondering if she's okay. Melody Grundy is in the chat room. Welcome. And she says, NATO says next week they will send a large group of ships to the same place, poking the bear. Mind 87, and I agree with what he says. He says the spiritual and cultural reawakening shock of the fall of the USSR is a blessing in disguise for Russia. They will navigate the wickedness and craziness currently gaining steam better than any other country. I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm not so sure they want war with Russia. I think they're trying to use Russia as a distraction. But the problem is, they could poke around and get themselves in a lot of hot water. 25 minutes, folks. Did not Russia have a naval exercise off Hawaii? Yes, they did. It didn't take long for them to get the measure of Biden. So, like I've said before, there are geopolitical consequences to this election theft that they did not factor. The Marshal says, Biden, this guy is a loser. Well, geopolitically, I mean, we just saw Merkel and Macron decide that they want to have summits with Russia on a limited set of things, agendas. So, that's the sign that the swamp is losing its grip on Europe. And I mean, come on. Geopolitically, can the United States afford to lose France or Germany as allies? Come on. Technomage says Biden is a demented child groping loser. Don't hold back, Technomage. Tell us what you really think. Biden is a laughing stock. The world is laughing. I would not mind a bit, says the Marshal, if the USA left NATO. I actually think it's more of a danger of NATO leaving the USA. Blake Cosmos says Biden is your creepy Uncle Bob. Actually, no. My Uncle Bob is about as far from Biden as he could be. Gee whiz. The Marshal says the USA leaves NATO, and when I visit London in 2 or 3 years, all the road signs will be written in German. Yeah, third time's the charm. Technomage says the nuke comment was off the wall. Yeah, basically Biden was just admitting that, okay, if there's revolt in the United States, we're going to nuke you. Underdog says, isn't today UFO release day? Supposedly it was. I didn't see anything crossing my email box yet. So who knows? I'm with Walter Bosley. I think it's going to be a big nothing burger. It's going to be a plea for more money. Blake Cosmos says, I don't think there will be much of the old political scaffolding standing after these geopolitics play out. No one believes they have a representative form of government anymore. I'm in that camp. And I've been in that camp for a very long time, Blake. Like I've told people, I quit voting, period, when King George Herbert Walker Bush ran for president. I thought, no. And came out of voting retirement to cast a reluctant vote for Trump. But yes, I did get it, Gabe. But I don't have any faith in this system. I really don't. It's a mess. It's a total mess. Larry Jackson says, what's up with Biden whispering into the mic during a press conference? You know what I think it is, Larry? I think they were whispering in his ear, and he just took it as a cue to whisper. I really do. Yeah, Blake, I have no faith in the federal judiciary. None whatsoever. Certainly not in the executive. Little to nothing in Congress. And I think you're seeing the handwriting on the wall with all these states just saying enough and doing their own thing. It's only going to get worse. We can all look forward to 2024 when we watch for the white smoke to see who's been selected president. Wow, things are going so fast. Technomy says, I love when Biden tells the truth inadvertently, like having the largest voter fraud organization in history. Yeah. Okay, folks, 15 minutes to go. Get your adult beverages. It's going to be a hairy vid chat, short but hairy. I'm going to finish this cigarette and take a little break before we get started. Yes, it's going to be one of those vid chats. I just have this feeling, especially given the way the comments in the chat room are going. All right, I'm going to take a little break, folks. I'll be right back. Okay, back. And Miriam has joined the chat room. Let's see who else here we've got. I think I pretty much got everybody. Chromo Lady, welcome to you. Green Opal, welcome to you. JPS, you're new, so let us know what country you're in. Christian A, welcome to you. Anyway, about 15 minutes to go, guys. Were there any comments on McAfee? No. Although the consensus underdog of the chat room, I think, is that most everybody's very suspicious about his so-called suicide. Excuse me here, folks. Gotta clean my glasses. Yeah, Blake Cosmos makes an important point in the chat room. McAfee told everyone he would not take his own life and that if he ended up dead, they've murdered him. And my suspicion is Blake Cosmos, he's got a dead man switch somewhere out there. Laura says, my guess is McAfee had a deal on with the NSA on back doors and that he knew too much. That could be. Yeah, but even paranoids, the marshal says that McAfee was mentally unstable and paranoid, but even paranoids have their enemies. And usually, in my experience, paranoid people have reasons to be paranoid. Mogar says the word is he might have the dead man switch hidden in segments in blockchain. That's interesting. Who knows? Who knows? For real thrills, since we're talking conspiracy theory, for real thrills, do a comparison of the picture of Andrew Jackson on the modern $20 bill with Jeffrey Epstein. Just look at them. Blake Cosmos says we could say paranoia about Stalin as well, who for me is the number one candidate for evil genius of the 20th century. He was a real problem for the uppermost tier of the conspiracy. Oh, yes, he certainly was. BC Nick says, wasn't there a famous suicide case where the person shot himself in the back of the head? Yeah, and there was another one where a real estate mortgage broker committed suicide, supposedly by taking a nail gun and pumping his brain full of nails. Uh-huh. And then there's Vince Foster. Oh, yes. What's very interesting, Occult Fan, is Chris Ruddy wrote that book about Vince Foster and then in 2016 ends up endorsing Hillary Clinton. And I'm wondering, what happened there? About 10 minutes, guys. Enough time for me to finish this cigarette, and then we're going to get it started. Get your adult beverage now. Now, I have to tell everybody, we've got a few interesting kind of light comments at the very beginning of this chat, but then it gets very serious rather quickly. So I'll take the light stuff first. I hear the mailman coming, which means the canine home security alert unit is going to go off here any second now. Yep. Here it comes. My, so far the home security unit is being very quiet. Interesting. Up. I heard one little yelp. My little Shiloh is very interesting. I was listening to one of my favorite Bach cantatas. Yeah, there we are. The other night, and there's an aria that she always yelps and whines when that aria plays. It's like she's trying to sing along. Blake Cosmos says, I think President Bribin needs some R&R at Walter Reed. Actually, no. He needs to go to Bethesda. Mogar says, I whine when most of today's garbage plays. Yeah, that's me too. I just checked my email. I have a friend that likes to send me his favorite rock music all the time. And I'm just like, please, this is empty. It just doesn't go anywhere. Jocko, welcome to the chat. Yes, thank you, little girl. I heard. And we'll take care of it later. Now she's in here wagging her tail saying, are we going to go get mail? No, we're not going to go get mail. Yeah, you go lay down. It's okay. I love you too. Yes, I do. Yeah, you go lay down. Yeah, go lay down. It's okay. We're going to go get it later. Okay? Okay? You go lay down. Have I heard of David Martin? His recent film, American Re-Evolution, is very informative. I have not heard of him. And the problem with videos is I don't have any time. So now she lays down in here. All right, 5 minutes, guys. Almost done with the cigarette. Then we're going to get it started. All right, cigarette is done. There we go. And here we go. All right, let's kick this off. Please do not refresh so that I don't have names jumping around in the user list. But there's the doff of the hat. We are going live with the chat on Friday, June 25th. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat room. We've got Occult Fan, Gabe, Kim H. Don't refresh, folks. You're refreshing, folks, and you're jumping around. Don't do that, please. It makes all the user names jump around as I'm trying to read and everybody's jumping around. Don't do that. All right, one more time. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. We've got Laura TSC, Mogar, Occult Fan, Gabe, Kim H, Ellie in the Netherlands, Gareth, Chime, BC Nick, Blake Cosmos, and people are jumping around. Beat the Drum, Eudemonus, Liviu Berjega, Green Opal, Underdog, Stay Out of Russian Waters, Marshall, Techno Mage, Miriam Mason Glaus, a newbie joining us from Texas, Larry Jackson in Canada, Melody Grundy in Ireland, Chromo Lady, Winston 1984, Might 87 in Estonia, Generic Pagan Schwarzenstein, Tiptoe, who's been a long-time lurker but joining us today, Byzantra in Belgium, Lurking Learner, Keelio, I think is in Portugal, Michelle, Joaquin, Trading Stock, Valdan in the UK, if I remember, Trevor V, Iwana Vimana, Oli in Norway, I think, Icon 66, Dan Pole, Christian A, JPS, K Tower, welcome, and Jocko. So welcome to everybody in chat. We've got 45 people in both chat room feeds right now. All right. So let's start off with the lighter comments here. This one's from Technomage, and he says, Dear Dr. Farrell and friends, I'd like to offer this quotation as it reflects our times very accurately. Quote, to be ignorant of what happened before your birth is to remain always a child. For what is the meaning of a man's life unless it is intertwined with that of our ancestors by history, unquote. The relevance of this quotation is quite obvious to those who've been observing the spread of postmodernism throughout the world. I think we can extend Cicero's quotation by adding the following, quote, to be ignorant of what is happening in the present is to remain always a child. For what is the meaning of a man's life unless it is connected to reality, unquote. The level of ignorance not only of the past but the present is astonishing, and it's only through this ignorance that evil flourishes to the extent that it does. However, not all are ignorant, and while there exists a single person who understands both the past and the present, hope remains for mankind. Regards, Technomage. And let me add to that. If you'll notice what Mr. Globalone has been doing, particularly in this country, it's a war against history. In other words, they are literally trying to cut people off from any real knowledge of real history. And that, to me, if you don't know history, you're condemned to repeat it, to paraphrase George de Santayana. This is an interesting bit of this is kind of an interesting comment. It's a lighter comment from Kristen, who says, greetings, geezers. This week I want to discuss airplanes and eggs. Let's start with airplanes. To be more precise, I'll be discussing air traffic, but I like the way the airplanes and eggs flowed together. In the emergency department, we sometimes transport critical patients via helicopter. One night, the nurse looked at her phone and told us it looked like our transport was in the air. She had an app that monitored all air traffic, and we could follow the flight and be ready when they arrived. I also now have the free app, and it's fascinating. Each type of aircraft has its own icon, and clicking on it will show the flight path and more information. I've tracked a group of 6 Air Force planes that flew overhead across the country to Texas. So many interesting aircraft are flying around. One day I was tracking an Air Force Northrop TC-38C Talon fighter jet as it did loops. I zoomed in closer and realized there were 2 jets flying close together. My coworkers say I need a new hobby when I point out a particularly unique finding, like gliders over England or balloons that were part of Project Loon. According to Wikipedia, Loon LLC was an Alphabet subsidiary working on providing internet access to rural and remote areas. The company used high-altitude balloons in the stratosphere to create an aerial wireless network. Project Loon began as a research and development project by Google X in 2011, but later spun out into a separate company in July of 2018. In January 2021, it was announced the company would be shut down. So that's interesting. Fighter jets, high-altitude balloons, and flight patterns. In just my casual observations, I've noticed much and learned much. It makes me wonder what those sophisticated technologies can discern. I also wonder what is hidden. I would be absolutely shocked if all that flies in our skies are easily observed by civilians. No. Or maybe they are visible but intentionally misidentified. Just food for thought, and as usual, any comments are welcome. No real comments other than I don't think that those flight apps programs, and I know what you're talking about. I've used them occasionally to track flights I'm interested in. I don't think they show everything. And if they're there, they want you to see them. But I don't think that they're anywhere near complete. And we know, Kristen, that there's a lot of stuff flying around that we don't see. For many years, there was this guy in ufology that would have people use night vision goggles and look up at the sky at night. And there's all sorts of stuff going on up there that you can see with the night vision goggles that you cannot see with human eyes or binoculars. So there's a lot going on. On to eggs. And this Kristen, this made me laugh. She says, my family lives on eggs. We can easily go through 5 dozen a week. And there are many late night runs to buy eggs for the next day's breakfast. The other night, we realized we had only enough eggs for breakfast and would need more. With eggs on my mind, I noticed the stack of empty egg cartons on the top cabinet and remembered to take them to work. Many people around here have chickens and welcome the empty cartons. I didn't even make it into the building before I saw one of the chicken keepers and gave her my empties. Eggs were still on my mind. I needed to remember to get eggs. Out of the blue, a coworker sent a group message asking if anyone needed eggs. Someone on her end of the building had extra eggs, and a short time later, I was exchanging cold hard cash for eggs. The rest of the day, I thought about my eggs. I had needed eggs. I had given egg cartons to someone in need of them, and I was offered eggs. This seems almost magical. Probably just a coincidence, but it felt like something more, and I recommend we all find and develop relationships with local sources of food. Eggs and farmers markets are the easiest around here. We could call it the egg carton index, like Catherine Austin Fitz's popsicle stick index. How easily can you find local food sources? That's all for this week. Nothing too deep, just airplanes and eggs. And Kristen, I thought I ate, and I do. I eat a lot of eggs. In fact, I'll probably eat eggs either tonight, right before I go to bed, or tomorrow morning for breakfast. But I do eat a lot of eggs. But 5 dozen, I just had to laugh. You must have a large family. All right. On to more serious matters. Here we go. Eggs. Laura says this is excellent. Yeah, I'm a big egg eater. I like to make egg salad sandwiches and omelets and so on and so forth. So yeah, I eat a lot of eggs. All right, this one is from Gabe, and now we're getting serious here, folks. He says, hello, everyone, and welcome, fellow geezers. Originally, I had intended to send in a longer question on an entirely different topic, but I decided to save that question for the next longer format Vidchat. In any case, here's my question. Over the last couple of years, we've been discussing extensively, both in the Vidchats and on the forum, the great evils the technocrats have committed between iconoclasm, cultural warfare, the planned scandemic, and the Great Reset. Many of us have attempted to push back against and document these acts of evil, while we do not know entirely how or what is behind all of this, be it aliens, genetic cousins from Earth, or just plain men from Earth. Please note, there is a distinction between our genetic cousins with alien origins and our genetic cousins of earthly origins. Of course, all this is speculation based on reading I've done so far. All speculation aside, there is one thing that seems to stand out among all the technocrats. In other words, we have some idea that an enormous group of cabals, and please notice how he put that, an enormous group of cabals are behind all of this. Notice I meant a group of secret societies who are working together, whether they acknowledge it or not. So, number one, most of the bigwigs appear to be incapable of seeing their own contradictions when it comes to the great evil they commit. They are either so self-deceived and arrogant they think that they're doing a world a great good, or they think they are going to be rewarded by a higher power, be it nobility or a supposed deity. Think of a cult leader with a ringleader or an empire with an enormous amount of bureaucracy. In other words, the middle managers are pawns in a proxy war. Of course, they are fully capable and by no means innocent. Please note that in a secret society, especially one spread out over many countries, the governance could become decentralized as the leadership can't possibly keep track of everything their members do. In other words, a secret society can be less authoritative, whereas a large empire, especially one in decline, is highly authoritative and bureaucratic. Authority is highly centralized, and the regional authorities have a greater obligation to be obedient. It's possible that the secret societies are engaged in not only infiltrating institutions to subvert the culture, but also secret research, and performing dark occult alchemy and magic to help them keep their ends, or pardon me, achieve their ends. Also, it's possible they perform satanic rituals to hurt victims that they coerce into participation. In other words, as the psalm verse says, they seek after the souls of the innocent. Please note, I'm loosely paraphrasing the verse. It's possible the empires we are dealing with are using cultural, economic, and spiritual warfare to fight not only each other, but also to harvest the wealth and resources of its supposed subjects. If this is the case, we do not have to be their subjects. It's clear the Anglo-American oligarchy has joined the axis of evil. I commented on the struggle between the Anglo-American Empire and Eastern Europe in the last fireside chat. Also, in connection with my comment on perfect possession, as defined by Father Malachi Martin, which involves no longer being able to see one's own contradictions. And I like that definition that you gave there. I don't recall, Gabe, that Father Malachi ever really defined what he meant by perfect possession, other than to say that you get to a point of possession where you are no longer able to be freed from it, which I have few problems with. But I like that definition of not being able to see your own shortcomings or faults. I commented on this issue in Spiritual Warfare in connection with my question about the rebuilding of Jerusalem after it fell to the Babylonians in the 6th century BC and building our own institutions. This question was asked during the evening Vidchat in late January 2021, which brings me to my question. Is it possible that rather than a small elite group of technocrats, we are in fact dealing with a tremendous number of empires, secret societies, and cults that engage in dark occult practices? Of course, I think many of the secrets may have members that will engage in dark occult practices. Yeah, it's not only possible, but I'll tell you, what I think you're trying to get at, Gabe. Back in the 1980s, I think it was, there was a book titled, and it's a kind of a textbook of New Age conspiracy organization thinking. I don't know what else to call it. And the book was called The Aquarian Conspiracy by Marilyn Ferguson. It's an important book from the standpoint of looking at how the more seriously minded people in that milieu think. And she points out that the thing that unites them is a basic cosmology or a basic kind of Gnostic approach to things. But one of the things that she points out in terms of organization is its decentralization. And there's a technical term for the kind of organization that you are talking about, and that term is spin. And I'll put that in the chat room for you, Gabe. And what SPIN is it's an acronym for segmented, polycentric, integrated networks. Segmented, polycentric, integrated networks. In other words, there is no central control in these secret societies, but there is a more or less identifiable common ideology that they are all working for, okay? And that's what gives it its cohesion. Now, in classic terms, what you're looking at there, if you go back and look at Gnosticism in the 2nd century, that's what you're dealing with. Because if you look at Gnostic systems, and please note the plural, they all assume a certain basic dualistic cosmology, and that they work out in different and oftentimes mutually opposing ways. So the public face of it is always very confusing. This is why when I taught Gnosticism in the seminary, to make it easier for my students to understand, I wanted them to look not at the specific beliefs of each Gnostic system, but rather look at the underlying cosmology and look at the techniques that they all had in common. And this is, I think, what you're dealing with when you're looking at these secret societies. And I'm with you. I don't think you can dismiss them, because they have been highly influential in history, and particularly in Western history. But to look for an identifiable central authority, you have to look for that central authority within each within each secret society. But there's not one central authority controlling them all. The control is being exercised by the underlying cosmology and the techniques that they use to achieve their agenda. So segmented, polycentric, integrated networks, very important, very crucial. All right. Now we have 5 very interesting questions here from Son of David. Let me see if he's in the chat. I don't recall seeing him. I don't think he's in the chat. Okay, so Son of David, if you're listening on the recording, this is your set of questions. And he just gets right to it. Can you clarify why the Democratic National Committee Biden administration is continuing several Trump policies, including building a wall? How can any of Trump's people have any influence in the government if the government coup threw Trump out of office with a selection? You said the federal government right now is super weak. Are you saying that there's dissent in the ranks because of the broken trust that the 2020 selection created? Regarding the Bidenenko regime, the reason I think that they're quietly continuing many of Trump's policies, particularly vis-a-vis China, is precisely because you've got that connection of Hunter Biden, and therefore of his father, to the communist Chinese. So they need to distance themselves from that. So they're trying to talk tough with China. And that in itself, that one fact alone, notwithstanding the dementia and everything else, and notwithstanding the election fraud and so on, that one fact itself means that the administration is very, very weak. It is, and everybody knows, whether they want to admit it publicly or not, everybody knows it got into power through fraud. Okay? So that makes it a very weak regime. And the Chinese connection makes it even weaker, because we do not know the extent to which that influence may result in policy decisions. So it has to talk a tough game. All right? So that's why I think that you're dealing with a weak regime. Now, the other part of it is, as you've pointed out, that there is a lack of trust. And again, you know, the propaganda media will deny it, that there was any fraud and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is, everybody knows there was fraud, and this regime is not trusted because of that. I don't trust it. And I don't know anyone who really does, that has any sort of rationality. So, you know, my problem, Son of David, is that by resorting to that degree of in-your-face election theft. What they've really done is they've created a geopolitical nightmare for themselves. They've created a very weak administration. And as a result of that, the administration has to talk tough. And that's a dangerous situation to be in. Just look at this business going on between Great Britain and Russia right now. You can't tell me that that's because Boris Johnson got a wild hair and wants to have Crimean War 2.0. I think this pressure is coming from Washington. So the geopolitical fallout, I think, is going to be with us for quite a while, unfortunately. Number 2, what do you make of the GOP finally standing up and blocking the latest DNC legalized voter fraud bill? I'm surprised that they even stood up. They have to. They had to, and I'll be very blunt. That bill was about nothing but monopolizing Democratic Party control of national politics at the federal level. It was not about for the people at all, and it's not about trying to fight those evil Republicans who are trying to keep black people from voting. If anything, what has happened as a result of the Trump years is you have more black people voting Republican. So it's not about that at all. It's simply about that party wants to be the one party ruler of the country. And I'll be very blunt about that. That's exactly what I think that bill was about. So the GOP had to stand up. And to me, it's interesting that when they want to, they can do it. My problem with the GOP has always been that they're, I've said it before, they haven't got 2 testicles in the same sack in the whole congressional delegation. And when they need to make fights, they don't. And I go back to the period of the early 1950s when Senator Robert Taft from Ohio was running against Eisenhower for the Republican nomination. It was very close. And the Eisenhower team pulled a bunch of fast ones to get rid of the Taft wing of the party. And if you don't know about Senator Robert Taft and that wing of the Republican Party at the time, go look him up, because it's a sea change in the Republican Party. Taft was in that wing of the Republican Party that literally wanted to roll back most of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal. And Ike, of course, represented that part of the Republican Party, the modern day rhinos, we would call them, that, well, the New Deal's a done deal. We need to learn to accept it and move on, all the usual language. Number 3, any thoughts on John McAfee suicided in a Spanish prison? On the day of his death, he or someone posted the letter Q on his Instagram, and now Instagram has banned his account so that no one can view it. I'm suspicious of it. We had a long talk in the pre-chat, Son of David, which you can listen to on the recording. I'm very suspicious of McAfee and the suicide because of his connections and because of the business he was in. So my thinking is he probably knew where a lot of the skeletons were buried, and he had been fighting federal charges on tax evasion and so on for some time. And I suspect he knew a lot more than he's been credited to having known. So I'm suspicious. I think we'll probably not hear much more about the story, but other than in the alternative media. I'm suspicious, too, of the timing of it coming so close on the heels of the Chinese defector story, the UFO release. To me, I'm going to sound completely stupid here, Son of David, but I think that these stories are related at some deep level. I don't know exactly how. Number 4. This is an interesting question because I have not seen this or experienced this, but I wouldn't be surprised, folks. He says, have you seen younger women on social media flaunt their bodies or basically be a stripper? A lot of these women are even in relationships and or married, and it's basically a sham. It gets worse. High school counselors are reporting that many girls don't even want to go to college, but start an OnlyFans account once they turn 18. OnlyFans is basically a subscription site for amateur pornography. College has ruined most women because most have no aspirations of being an actual mother or homemaker who will raise kids. OnlyFans or social media has ended any chance of these women to get married. Because rightfully so, respectable men view them as the opposite of what a mother would be. Basically, a lot of women under 25 are whores. This is the collapse of society before our eyes. Anything to add? Um, Lots to add, son of David, but I have not seen what you're talking about on social media. But then again, I use my Facebook account, basically to post little things. I don't pay that much attention to anybody else's accounts other than my close friends. So I haven't seen it, but I wouldn't doubt it. At a deeper societal level, what we've seen happening is young women in this society, I think, due largely to feminism, or as I like to call it, womenism, are being taught to have expectations. So that if you are a man in modern society, if you're a man, you are being taught not only to have expectations, but you're being taught to have responsibilities. Okay. But if you're a woman, if you look at the way society is trying to form women, women are being taught to have expectations only, and their expectations are from their potential mates. But they are not taught about any responsibilities that they may owe to any potential mate. So in other words, they are being socially engineered, in my opinion, to have a kind of princess mentality that they deserve all of this stuff simply because they are women. And that's why you see marriage rates plummeting. I mean, if you look at marriage rates right now, marriage rates are plummeting, and it's largely because men do not want to take the risk of facing divorce, of having half of their income sucked away from them, losing their children, and so on and so forth. So they're simply not engaging anymore. And it's a real problem. It's a problem that Unwin, I've mentioned his study before, back in the 1930s, a sociologist, that this is inevitably what happens when societies start talking about the equality of the sexes. Well, of course, the sexes are equal in law. In other words, you can't go out and murder a woman and get away with it because a woman's a human being. That's just the bottom line. But the kind of equality that they're pushing now is something very different. It's an ontological equality of results that they're trying to push. And ultimately, even though they're talking about, in my opinion, even though they're talking about this being of benefit to women, the exact opposite is happening. Women are being rejected simply because they are women, and men don't want all the bother, and they're doing the risk assessment. They're being businessmen about it. They're doing the risk assessment of getting married and then, losing their wife, their house, their children, their income, and so on and so forth. And it's, again, me, I'm a traditionalist curmudgeon. It's only going to be resolved when things get back to a traditional normal. Number 5, what was so special about St. John or John the Baptist or the Logia of John? I'm not sure I'm understanding your question here. If you're talking about St. John the Divine, or St. John the Theologian, as he's called. For those of you who don't know, the term divine in the Western calendar simply means a theologian. In other words, he's a divine in that sense. It's not what most people think of when they hear the term. St. John the Divine, tradition always views him as the beloved disciple. St. John the Baptist, simply because he's the forerunner to Christ. So I hope I'm answering your question. I don't really understand what you're trying to get at. Keelio says in the chat room, I don't think that's the root of the divorce rates. The MGTOW movement is a fringe movement. People simply don't know how to relate to one another. Yeah, MGTOW is an interesting movement. I don't view it as being all that fringe. I do view it as kind of a fin de siècle sort of phenomenon, the end of an age phenomenon. And I don't think it's going to last, but it's going to die out as society changes. MGTOW beat the drum stands for men going their own way. It's a men's right movement. Now this, folks, pay attention to this one. This one's from Byzantra. And Byzantra, you've asked a question in this that really has me thinking, and I could spend all day with it. And unfortunately, I don't think we have all day to do it. Here we go. She says, hi, Joseph, Shiloh, and Geezers. I was thinking of the ramifications of the word exceptional, as in American exceptionalism. There was a time that expression was repeated numerous times daily on TV, especially during the Iraq War. It is not a stretch to go from American exceptionalism to an exceptional American. I believe that was the point of the exceptionalism exercise. I believe the Eurocrats are trying to build something similar for Europeans, but started way too late, and important pyramid structures are crumbling because a much older, immensely hidden, powerful elite wants it to. That powerful elite have built many pyramid shelters we the people could hide in or feel important in. Most psychopaths are leaders in those structures and drunk on the power and wealth trips that it affords. The little ones at the base undergo wrath from the top, but also protection. But all, from top to bottom, are lost in the structure of that artificial building and on a wild goose chase, primarily from themselves. Examples of shelters are legion, religious, scientific, spiritual, you name it, they exist. I feel that at a certain tipping point, when multitudes are so in the grip of groupthink and so weakened as individuals, all hell is let loose by those hidden powerful. They seem to get a lot of kicks out of the mayhem we create for ourselves. All humans suffer under their joke, but one group always seems to be in their sights, the Jews. If I look at Israel today, it is a country that has been most jabbed thanks to its leadership. Health problems abound for its inhabitants today. Fed hubris and money for 60 plus years, political instability in this moment, and have not been so kind to its neighbors and its own Palestinian citizens. I hope I'm wrong, but I am more and more beginning to suspect that the Jews at the broad base of the Israeli pyramid are being set up again for a Holocaust. Now let me stop before I even get to her questions. Alexandra, the exceptionalism narrative about America is something that Americans, particularly in the last 20 years, have been subjected to on an almost daily basis. We're brought up with it. We're the shining city on the hill. We're the 1,000 points of light. Everybody wants to be us. We are the exceptional nation. And I think that's one of the most dangerous narratives that most Americans subscribe to in one form or fashion. And the reason why is that it's translating at the popular level to the idea that America is the exception to the rule of all history, that all human societies, especially empires, sooner or later collapse. And we began to hear this narrative in particular after 9/11, when there was some concern about passing the latest version of the Patriot Act and so on, that this would be the end of the country. And the response to it was, well, we're exceptional, so it's not going to be as much of a danger for us as it would be for other nations. So in other words, American exceptionalism is the old Hebrew, Old Testament argument that we're the chosen of God, we've got the Ark of the Covenant, and these types of things can never befall us. And if you read the Old Testament, God had other ideas in mind at that point. And the same is true for this country. We are not an exception to the ordinary rule of history. We are not an exception to ordinary human nature, and so on and so forth. And the longer we keep telling ourselves the narrative that we're exceptional, the worse it's going to be. We are not. Eudina says it's been an obvious downhill slide since 9/11. Yes, it has. America is turning into a police state, and it's no exception in this regard. Now, as for Jewish people, one of the things that I'm noticing, like you, Byzantra, is this rush, and I go back to something I said years ago in these Vidchats. It probably was before you were a member, Byzantra. You have this right-wing element that's very prevalent in this country that wants to blame everything on the Jews. Jewish bankers, the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, blah, 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 blah. And I pointed out that there are far more white Anglo-Saxon Protestants involved in these big banking conspiracies than there are Jews. And they're just as wealthy, and they're just as powerful, and they're just as conniving as the Rothschilds and the Warburgs and what have you. I get the feeling too, Byzantra, that they're setting something up. But I would say it's not limited simply to Jews. I think that they are targeting Islam, they're targeting Judaism, and they're targeting Christianity, because by their very nature, those religions have claims that transcend, note my words, that transcend the agendas and goals and objectives of Mr. Globaloney. That's why they're so interested in hollowing those things out and co-opting them. So do I think there's a danger of another potential Holocaust? Yes, that's always a present danger. But this time around, I don't think it's going to be limited to just Jewish people. So this brings to the questions. Number one, do you think another Holocaust against Jews is possible? And why are they as a group set up and hounded through history? What have they done to that hidden hand that hates them so? Why rinse and repeat? part of it is because there is an element of truth to what people have alleged about them. And this is particularly true once we get into the 19th century, the Zionist movement, and so on and so forth. You've got to remember, Zionism does not represent Orthodox Jewish thinking. That's a crucial point that many people forget. And they did pull a lot of political connections and wield a lot of political influence. So there's a certain kernel of truth behind it, but it's not at all anywhere near what you see, Hitler and the Nazis and so on and so forth talking about. The other thing, Byzantra, and I'm going to mention it because I think it's a part of the story that if we omit it, we forget. And that is that if you are looking at the Jewish race from the standpoint of the devil, well, the whole purpose of it, if you're Christian, was to lead to the incarnation. And hence, you try to forestall that by blaming the people themselves. In other words, it's the old collective guilt meme. And again, collective guilt is one of the greatest problems that we in the West have in our thinking. Because as far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as collective guilt. It's not this group of people or that group of people, because you can never, ever say that and include everybody. There's always going to be exceptions. Yeah, perfidy. Thank you. Mary Louise Allen mentions that book that I've mentioned many times before by the playwright Ben Hecht. It's absolutely, it's always the grand abstractions, Winston. You're right. And, I could care less about the grand abstractions. But I do think that you're onto something, Byzantra, because I can feel this coming too. It's even more interesting when you look at Zionism and the way it has oppressed its own Jewish scholars who've pointed out problems with it. So on it goes. Number 2, this is the one, folks, I want you to pay attention to. Because Byzantra, you're opening a Pandora's box here. Listen to this one, folks. I'm going to doff my hat here on this one, Byzantra. Do you think some laboratory has DNA from Jesus and is trying to clone him? Would a cloned being mirror the original exactly? Or is it like uploading memories of a person to a cloud and thinking you've uploaded a person? Byzantra, I could spend all day with that. Number 1, you've got to recover DNA, have enough of a DNA sample to clone an individual. And notice I said an individual, not a person, okay? Because look at identical twins. They've got basically the same DNA, and yet they are oftentimes very different persons. Now, where would you get DNA of Jesus? Well, if the Shroud of Turin happens to be an actual relic, and I'm one of those who thinks it isn't, by the way, just to clarify, but you might be able to get DNA from that. But then you'd have to prove, with beyond any shadow of a doubt, that all of those bloodstains on the Shroud of Turin are indeed DNA of Christ. That's number 1. So let's assume for the sake of argument that the DNA was recoverable by some means. The problem there is the incarnation itself. because the doctrine is that the person that all of this is happening to, that you read about in the Gospels, is a divine person. Now, please note, this is, again, distinguishing between person and soul, because it is the church's teaching that Christ had a human soul. In other words, all normal human intellectual, emotional faculties. All right? But those experiences are happening to a divine person. So the question is, would cloning reproduce that? And my suspicion is, from a doctrinal point of view, no, it wouldn't. But now that raises some other thorny questions. Assume you could do it. Assume you could do this. Yeah, you don't repeat the alpha and the omega. But assuming you could clone, what would you clone? And the only thing that I can think of, and again, Byzantra, I'm skipping over enormous amounts of doctrinal context here that would weigh on the question. But one of the things I suspect is that you might be actually conjuring the opposite, so to speak, of what you're intending to do. But again, the key point is you'd have to have a DNA sample, and you'd have to have absolutely conclusive proof that it was indeed DNA from Christ. And that's the rub. I don't think there's any record or relic that I can think of that is documented to a degree of sufficient proof that that were possible. That's the problem. That's the problem. Number 3. Listen to this, folks. Yeah, that was a once and for all hypostasis. Agreed. That's my point. That's my point. Number 3. Is hybridization and creating a chimera not a form of shocking the medium and inviting God's wrath? I feel if humans evoke God's wrath, that doesn't bother the hidden hand beings much more, nor disturb them from profiting from the mayhem that we create ourselves. Am I wrong in this? No, you're not wrong. What you're doing is deliberately blurring the species. You know, Christ said, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the days of the coming of the Son of Man. Well, look at what the days of Noah were. And you had all of that stuff going on. You know, this is why I think you need to take those ancient texts very seriously when they start talking about chimeras and the creation thereof. So, yeah, I do view it the way you're viewing it, and I don't think you're all that wrong. You're playing around with things that we have no business playing around with. And it's important to remember that the way this usually works out is when you start playing around with things you shouldn't be playing around with, that the results themselves are the judgment. In other words, you're creating problems for yourselves, and those problems that you're creating for yourself are going to be the very things that judge that whole experiment. The invitation, Blake says, has been noted. Yeah, now the case with Egyptian pharaohs, yeah, they have enough DNA from those to clone. And again, let's say you want to clone King Tut, Tutankhamun. Is it going to be King Tut that shows up? Probably not. Probably not. Number 4. Am I alone that it appears some blockage is removed and the slide into the new world of an opened Pandora's box is going faster and faster? The Conjuring is going so fast now, I can hardly keep up with its pace, and that's frightening. I think it's possible to see chimeras within my lifetime, and I'm not looking forward to that. Well, bad news, Byzantra, is they've already done it. They're already injecting mice brains with human brain cells. They're already raising human organs in pigs. So the chimeras are here. The chimeras are here. And yeah, you're looking at a block that has been removed. Or to put it in biblical terms, the restrainer has been removed. And that, again, bodes very ill. So doff my hat. Doff my hat. Gabe in the chat room says, I couldn't figure out if this question was intended to be more theological or historical. Nonetheless, a good question. Yeah, I could spend all day with it. Because the idea of cloning Christ involves you in a lot of biological genetic speculation. It involves you a lot with all sorts of different doctrines. My thinking is, Gabe, that if we were to look at the implied theological propositions behind that idea, you're going to find people that hold some form either of an Nestorian type of doctrine or of an Aphthartodocetic. If that's a real obscure heresy, but that you will find that doctrine lurking in it. This one's from Occult Fan, and like I said, folks, this is a really interesting question, and I want to see if Occult Fan is still here in the chat room. I saw him earlier. Xenophon, welcome. Preben and Edna, welcome. June, welcome. Chartreuse, welcome. And I'm not seeing Occult Fan. Wow. Okay, so Occult Fan, this is your question. Oh, he missed it away. All right. Well, Occult Fan, if you're listening, here we go. He says, can you talk about the operation of life insurance and life expectancy equations and the use of 30-year mortgages and the wars placed at convenient times when debts were supposed to come due, along with how Nixon took the U.S. off the gold standard and he opened the economy to China, and how we had 9/11 another 30 years later. Doff my hat at that question, Occult Fan. Unfortunately, I know nothing about life insurance and insurance actuarial tables and how they might indicate something going on with these big cycles that you're talking about. To my knowledge, the only group that has ever studied those long wave cycles is the Society for the Foundation, the Foundation for the Study of Cycles. And I've read the book that foundation's founder actually published. I talk about it in Babylon's Banksters. But if you look at that book, there's no mention, as I recall, of what the life insurance actuarial tables and how they relate to these cycles is. So even there, I'm at a loss. My point here, Occult Fan, is I think you are on to something, but I don't know enough about it, and I don't have enough data to comment one way or the other. My suspicion is you're on to something. Now, second, a sidebar. Did the collapse of the towers actually connect the plane of Earth or Malkuth to the unconscious realm, aka the Yesod, which is basically why we've seen an increase in synchronicity and seemingly third-dimensional acausal events? That's a very, very abstruse occult question. My guess is if you look at the occult elements in 9/11, and they are all over the place, just look at that book by Bain called The Most Dangerous Book in the World. And it is. Um, and even before that book was published, Occult Fan, when I was watching 9/11 happen and saw all the strange things, the first things I thought about was why strike the Twin Towers? Well, the Twin Towers are what? If you look at it with Masonic spectacles, the Twin Towers are the pillars of a Masonic lodge, Yakin and Boaz. All right. So, in other words, you are contriving an operation that is assaulting the symbols of the one secret society that has been very heavily intertwined in the West with the financial power of the West, very directly. And I'm not even mentioning the other symbols with the 9/11 operations that are clearly there. So it was a big act of ceremonial magic. Now, could that have been yeah, lots of tarot symbol references? Yes, lots and lots. But from the standpoint of a magical working, could it have been to let loose this type of synchronicity? And my answer from everything that I've read, Occult Fan, in the occult, would indicate to me, yes, that was one of the objectives. And we have seen a large uptick in those very strange kinds of synchronicities since then. So I'm not doubting it. Continuing with your question. So back to the question's main part. Does the defector from China have anything to do with the potential onslaught of blockchain and having human users become transhuman slaves to a slave block wrapped in digital chains? I hope all this makes sense. And if not, I trust you can thread this together into something fascinating. God bless and give Shiloh love. All right. My suspicions about the Chinese defector, I'm going to delay answering, Occult Fan, because we've got two more comments coming up right now from Melody and Robert that are dealing with this subject, and I want to try and get them all answered all at the same time. Okay, so I'm coming up to your question in conjunction with Melody and Robert. So let's go to Melody. And let me see if she is still in the chat room, because I did see her earlier. Where are we? Uh-oh, Melody looks like she may have left as well. Oh, there she is. All right, Melody, I see you now. Thank you. Okay. All right, she says, Dear Joseph, Shiloh, and fellow geezers, a few days ago, when the story about the Chinese spy defector first came up, I was talking to my husband about it, and we both also noted, quote, this guy is in the hands of the American military, unquote. We both wondered, and I would like your thoughts on this one, how might this reset the balance of power between the U.S. military and the Biden administration? In fact, we both wondered if this might give certain factions within the U.S. military enough, to put it bluntly, blackmail material that they could insist that either Biden's current handlers sort things out pretty quickly, or they would go public with the information and utterly destroy their narrative. We also both thought this might be up to and including threatening a real military takeover in Washington, D.C., which now seems a real possibility rather than mere armchair speculation. We would be most interested in your thoughts. And I'm going to answer briefly, Melody, but reserve comments extended comments until we get to Robert. My first problem with your scenario is that, as I understand intelligence operations, and I'm not and have never been connected to any intelligence agency. I'm simply going on things that I've read about what they do and so on, and how they handle this type of event. The first thing you're going to do if you get a defector of this high rank, in other words, in this case, the chief of Chinese counterintelligence, and I don't know of any defector or mole in the history of intelligence in the last 200 years that has been this highly placed. In other words, this is a huge story. The first thing that the intelligence agency is going to do that has received the alleged defector is they're going to vet the information that he brings with him extremely carefully to see, number one, if he is legitimately a defector or if he is running some sort of misinformation operation. So they're going to subject whatever treasure trove of information he brought with him to an extreme degree. Now, allegedly, he brought with him terabytes, according to the article that I was referencing in the News and Views, terabytes of information. So this means, to my mind, that they are going to pick 2 or 3 of the types of informations that they want to concentrate on in order to vet his bona fides. The second thing they're going to do is, allegedly, again, he brought with him a lot of information about Chinese spies and Americans cooperating with them. And the other thing they're going to do that any intelligence agency would do is they're not going to release that information publicly. What they're going to do with it is they're going to go to those individuals and try to turn them into double agents. Okay? That's why I don't think you're going to hear much about this guy. Now, assuming he's legitimate, I do think it means that this has thrown a huge monkey wrench into the works. And one of the first monkey wrenches it's thrown into the works is and this is why the intelligence agency in question, the Defense Intelligence Agency, is going to be very, very careful about vetting him. Because the first thing that this defector's mere presence does is it weakens the American federal government even more, particularly under the current administration with its own ties via Hunter Biden to communist China. And it also means, again, assuming he's legitimate, it also means that it's going to increase whatever factionalization is going on inside the Beltway. Now, the problem here is the American military. This defector apparently very deliberately chose to go to the Defense Intelligence Agency, which I pointed out in my News and Views was the intelligence agency that was started by John F. Kennedy during that period that he was locked in that ultimately mortal combat with the CIA. And he wanted an agency that he could trust that was all about intelligence. So the fact that he goes to the Defense Intelligence Agency, to me, indicates that he very carefully selected it because it was probably the agency that, to his mind, was the least penetrated by Chinese agents. So he picked it very deliberately. Again, assuming, all of my speculation here, Melody, is assuming that he's legit and not a misinformation provocation. Okay? Which, again, he could be. I don't know. If that's the case, he has got to contend with the fact that the U.S. military at the flag and general officer level is badly, badly riddled. It's got its progressives and it has its, let's call them traditionalists. And right now in the U.S. military, the progressives are running the show. So what this means for the U.S. military, I don't know, but I suspect, again, assuming that he's legitimate, that it places the U.S. military in a position of weakness because of that factional influence, the progressive influence within it. So how this is going to play out over the long run, I don't know. If the DIA represents a more traditional view within the American military, then this could get very, very dicey and dodgy indeed. Now, I'm going to leave it there because Robert has some further interesting speculations on this event in his questions, and I'm going to get to them now. He says, Dr. Farrell, Shiloh, and Geezers. And I got to take a swig of tea. I'm going to doff my hat on this one, Robert, if you're in the chat room, and light a cigarette. Take a swig of your adult beverage, folks. You're going to need it. Here we go. Dr. Farrell, Shiloh, and Geezers. In your news and views for today, you discussed the defection of the head Chinese counterintelligence and went into analyzing the story and its various implications. RT had a spy story of sorts as well, whose headline read, Modern America and some of its so-called democratic allies have turned into liberal totalitarian states, claims Russia's top spy, the head of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service. In my comments, I focused on the divide in the country. Surely the defector knows of this divide and chose the military to defect to. But the military is also divided, just like I said. This story has so many angles to it that it is hard to come to any solid conclusions. Even the very long shot possibility that he was abducted if you look at all the contingencies. Do you think the U.S. stole an election, a manifestation of how the divide has truly split the country, had a significant role in the defection decision? The question of motivation here is crucial. And Walter Bosley last night also did a short broadcast on this. And he and I are both centering on the motivation for this. Was there something, and this is one of Walter's speculations, was there something that the Chinese Communist government was planning to do that upset him enough that he decided to defect in order to put a stop to it? The timing of it, in other words, is very, very odd, especially given the fact that we're coming out with the supposed UFO announcement. We've got the McAfee suicide, all of this happening at once. But it's important to remember that this defection story is more or less just breaking now. He actually defected before the Sino-American Summit in Alaska last March. So in other words, the DIA, which allegedly he defected to, has put a huge lockdown on this story, and it's just now beginning to leak out. And my suspicion is that it's beginning to leak out precisely because the DIA wants it to. Okay? And the question is, why does it want it to? We'll get back to that. Surely the defector knows of this divide and chose the military to defect too, but the military is also divided. This story has so many angles to it that it is hard to come to any solid conclusions, even the very long shot possibility that he was abducted if you look at all the contingencies. Do you think the U.S. stole an election, a manifestation of how the divide has truly split the country, has had a significant role in the defection decision? And I repeated that because it may have. And let's speculate and assume that this counterintelligence officer can look at this country and do the analysis and see that the country is tearing apart. Now, if it tears apart, there will be a geopolitical consequence. That will mean essentially that what was there as a geopolitical factor, and for good or ill, more or less a stabilizing one, becomes unstable. And in that situation, the Chinese Communist government might be tempted to intervene in the situation, making the whole situation even more unstable. So could the election results have been part of his calculus for why he defected? Very possibly. Continuing. What's your suspicion, if any, on how the divide in the military will handle this hot potato? Especially given that some information is bound to damn certain parties in America's top echelons of leadership, including the military and the oligarchies. And that is indeed the question. It suggests to me that, again, the DIA is going to keep as tight of a lid on whatever information he may have brought with him as it can until it vets that information. Now, the question is, if that information fingers somebody in the Pentagon leadership as being involved in high treason, will the DIA use that information? Possibly. Now, there's another good point that Paulo made in the chat room just now, and you need to listen to it. Paulo says, no. He was not running to something. He was running from something. It's not the USA that's ripping apart. It is China that's ripping apart. And that's true, folks. That's true. If you look at what's happening in China, it's in a really bad spot. They've got flooding, they've got corruption scandals, and so on and so forth. And he may be running from that. I happen to think it's probably a mixture of both, Paulo, but your point is well taken. Continuing. Indeed, one could even surmise this is a purposed op designed to further split the divide beyond what it already is. And that's true. And Walter mentioned this last night. This could be a provocation operation where you have a pretend defector of such a high rank that the U.S. is bound to take notice and to study. And the result of his defection is, let's just be blunt, if the alleged information that he brought with him is true, and if the amount of information he brought with him is true, by his very presence, whether or not he's a legitimate defector, by his very presence, he is exacerbating those divisions and thereby weakening the federal government. Bottom line. To continue. Hyperbole to be sure, but with the country's media actively taking a major role in the theft of the election, nothing is beyond the scope of Chinese interesting in these times. With a proven and treacherous, indeed traitorous media, whatever comes out of this defection will be twisted so many ways to Sunday that by the time the internationalist media airs out the truth, what's left to view will be unrecognizable to the defector. Pardon me. Should he watch the so-called news, he might even say that the news in China would never be so bold. I wonder if some of the, pardon me, in the intelligence business are thinking of kill switches for their spy personnel. Probably. I wonder what the Chinese defector will debrief to the military on Chinese UFOs. And again, I think that the timing of this release of the news of the defector so close to the UFO release is not coincidental. But what the connection may be, I don't know. I don't know. I wonder how the security on the defector's daughter will change. I wonder if there are bets being made on how long before the defector is suicided. I would wager that they are going to keep this man under such tight control that until they are sure of the information he brought with him, at that point he becomes expendable. Unless, of course, he brought with them the carrot, well, I know a lot more, but this is what I can offer you now. And being a counterintelligence guy, that's probably what he's done. In other words, he's got more information to share, provided the information that he brought with him checks out. Okay. And that, again, could be part of the provocation operation. I wonder if the defector has any information. Listen to this one, folks. Has any information on Masonic plots, past, present, and or future. Doff my hat again, Robert, because if you look at the history of intelligence and you look at Masonry, and particularly the Grand Lodge Masonry that was involved, implicated in the Orleanists during the French Revolution, their connection to the Bavarian Illuminati, on and on we could go. The Carbonari in the 19th century in Italy, Piccolo Tigre, all of that. There is no chance that an intelligence agency, particularly a large one like the Chinese or the Russians or the Germans or the French, do not follow and infiltrate to watch these secret societies. This is a given. This is, the Grand Orient. This is a given that they will do these things. So would the Chinese have information about it? Yeah, you betcha. And the reason I say that is if you go back to the collapse of the Soviet Union and look at the books that all of a sudden began to be published in Russia immediately prior to the Soviet collapse and immediately after. In other words, that period of the final months of Gorbachev and the first few months of Yeltsin. If you look at the books that were being published in Russia, there was this explosion of books on Masonry, on the Rothschilds, on and on it went. And I had the distinct impression that many of these books were coming somehow out of the KGB archives. Because the other thing that happened during that period is the KGB literally threw open its archives for a very brief period. And, it was come one, come all, So I suspect that your suspicion here that they have a lot of information about that sort of stuff is there. Whether or not that is the kind of information this man brought with him is anybody's guess. The other thing that you have to remember in this respect, Robert, is if you look at the amount of people involved in Western intelligence services, particularly in France, particularly in the United Kingdom, particularly in the United States, that have some sort of lodge connection, be it with Masonry or be it with the secret societies at Yale or what have you, Skull and Bones, Scroll and Key, all of this stuff. The amount of people involved in intelligence and in some sort of secret society is rather significant. It's not an accidental thing. When you say MI6 in Great Britain, you're saying essentially a big lodge, and the same thing holds true in the United States. Again, my friend Walter Bosley will tell you that his mentor, one of the first things his intelligence mentor told him to do was go join a lodge, go join a Masonic lodge. So it's there. And again, that overlap is, Knights of Malta, on and on we could go. Continuing. I wonder how the security on the defector's daughter will change. Oh, pardon me, I said that. What information may he have on triad connections to the CIA? Again, Robert, you're hitting all the buttons here. The triads are, of course, that Chinese gang, and the ties with intelligence are going to be there. Now, would he have information about triad connections to the CIA? Probably. Again, this goes with the intelligence territory. And my suspicion is that just like with the KGB and the CIA and their connections with drug running and international crime organizations, again, that connection is going to be there and present in Chinese intelligence as well. Would he know about them? In all likelihood, he would, because as a counterintelligence officer, it's going to be in his mission brief to infiltrate and monitor any organization, legit and above board or underground, that could pose any potential national security threat. So again, the answer is yes. Continue. No doubt the biological defense research and funding will skyrocket. No doubt some enemies list from the defector will be politically convenient or inconvenient. In other words, it's going to be hard to separate the wheat from the chaff. Absolutely. That's why this is such a huge story, because this, again, I'm emphasizing this, and I'm doing so because I want people to latch onto this. Any way you slice this man, whether he's a legitimate defector or whether it's a provocation misinformation operation, this will have geopolitical consequences. And like I say, by his mere presence, he amplifies those divides and fissures within the American federal government and thereby weakens it in the short term. Do you have any thoughts on these and other angles I've not broached? Something that's come to your attention that may be off the wall, well-trodden spy path. Perhaps something even off-world that the spy may know. And I suggested to Walter last night when he was doing his podcast on this topic that this man was highly placed enough. He might have even brought over pictures from the Chinese probes to the moon or their probes to Mars. He might have brought those pictures that the Chinese Space Agency isn't sharing. Who knows? He could be bringing a whole passel of stuff. And it's interesting if you consider that pure speculation that NASA has recently announced, we're going to land a probe on the far side of the moon. Well, why is NASA all of a sudden interested in doing that in this time frame? Again, there may be a connection to this guy. The military would be very interested in the Chinese space program, their moon program, their ancient artifacts, and knowledge of the same. Have they uncovered any on the moon? Do they know of any other nations' artifacts or other nation space artifacts? Yeah, that's precisely what I'm suggesting. He may have brought over a whole treasure trove of stuff about their space program and what they've found. I don't know. I think that given the fact that we're being told that he brought with him terabytes of data, well, that means to me that he smuggled out quite a few little memory sticks with him. How he managed to do that, I don't know. So something is going on. And again, if this guy is legit, he could be throwing a huge spanner into the space works as well. Wow, wow, wow. All right. Now we are turning to our very last. I told you this would be a short one, folks. Our very last submission of the day. This is from Southern California Girl. And this is another whopper. She says, "Greetings, Dr. Farrell, Shiloh, and fellow geezers. Summer is upon us, but the replanted Bolsheviks here in the socialist state of California still have us wearing masks, while the governor hosts his weekly lotto Jab to Win in hopes that more of the panicked peasants will get their shots. Today's submission will be rather short, but perhaps provide material for commentary and further research by the geezer community. I have previously submitted 4 commentaries regarding my ongoing research into the order, with more threads to pull. It is unsurprising to me that one of them is in this current misadministration, one that has been a disaster since day one. So, cuckoo cachoo, Mr. Carey man, when are you going down to Antarctica way again? Whoa, whoa, whoa. The order makes liberal use of Gnostic tactics in its activities. They excel at it, and they should, since they have been using it for a very long time. During part 3 of my submission last year, Dr. Farrell made the suggestion to read the tome that he wrote in order to become more acquainted with Gnosticism's roots and its techniques, and I took him up on that suggestion. I found it to be challenging, enlightening, theologically educational, and disturbing in a certain sense in its implications. I say disturbing in that Gnosticism has been used far, far longer than expected. So what follows are some observations, commentary, and an off-the-cliff, wild speculation. So please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and taste. If one looks at the epistemological formulation of the Second Europes, that would be the Roman Catholic Church's doctrine of the Trinity, its reordering of the Ordo Theologiae, and misinterpretation of the Filioque throughout early church history, culminating in that funny guy from Hippo, she means St. Augustine there, one is left with the distinct impression that this entire undertaking was not something that was done organically or merely through a series of misguided and unintentional academic missteps by theologians through the course of history. The Cappadocian Fathers' rigorous counter-arguments that pointed out the inherent flaws and its future implications of these missteps, if adopted, should have been more than enough to enlighten the Second Europe's church fathers to reassess, discuss, and address those missteps. But that was not the case. They remained entrenched in those concepts and, in fact, doubled down on them. No, all the steps that the Second European theologians took appears to be a plan that was carefully orchestrated and directed throughout history to establish, inculcate, and disseminate to the faithful within the church these formulations. Once that was accomplished, subverting other institutions followed to leave us where we are today. Now, let me stop right there and put a slight correction to what you've just said, Southern California Girl. I do agree that there's an element of conspiratorial planning to the dissemination of those formulations, but it was not done by St. Augustine in the 4th century. He made the formulations. He certainly had pious intent when he did so. And he made formulations that were highly problematic in the extreme. But it was not a conspiracy on his part to undermine the church. However, canine home security unit just went off. Collecting garbage. It's okay, Shiloh. It's okay. You go lay down. The real conspiratorial element to this story enters in the 9th century. And you've got two things going on here, Southern California Girl. If you read the tome carefully, you've got two things going on. You've got Charlemagne's bid to have his title to be Emperor of the Romans. Wasn't he a converted dualist, a Manichaean? Yes, he was. You've got Charlemagne's attempt to latch on to that Augustinian theology and have it recognized as the imperial theology of the whole church. That's where you have the run-in with Byzantium, okay? That's the first step. In other words, Charlemagne appropriates those formulations and says, this is it. This is what we're going with. The other component is that as a result of this, the Carolingian Empire makes it its goal to capture the papacy. Okay? And by the time you get to 1014, which is the first real break with the East, you have the German captivity of the papacy. And the first clue here is Pope Nicholas I. I like to call Pope Nicholas I the first popish pope, because Nicholas I also gloms on to that Augustinian theology and ties the papacy's reputation and claims to it. That's the key point. From Nicholas I on, it's a power struggle within the papacy between those who want to go in that direction and those who don't. Ultimately, those who go in that direction win out, and you have that prolonged period of what I call the German and I'm using this term very advisedly, the German captivity of the papacy. And by the time that becomes more or less a final thing in the papacy, that's when you see the permanent break between the East and the West, because the East simply does not accept those formulations, nor does it accept the papal claims that go with them. So in other words, you also see, as a result of that tie, you see the papacy beginning to express papal claims in their modern sense. Well, the papacy is the final authority on doctrine, and we say this is true and nobody else is right, so we're going to enforce it on everybody. And of course that failed. But it became the universal formulation of the Western Church because of its tie to the papacy. It's important to remember in this respect that Leo III was the Pope, not only who coronated Charlemagne, but also erected two shields in the Lateran Basilica at the time of the Creed without the Filioque in it. And he also erected a little shield between those two shields of the Creed in Latin and Greek that said, "Sic scutos ego Leo Papam Romanum cautela et amore fidei orthodoxae." I, Leo, have erected these shields out of love for and protection of the Orthodox faith. And he uses the term fidei orthodoxae. So in other words, even Leo III is one of these popes who is trying to head off this Augustinian capture. So it's the 9th century that you have to look at, Southern California Girl, rather than the 4th and 5th century, for when this conspiratorial element enters. So to continue, I've been around long, long years, stole many a man's soul and faith. To put this rather bluntly, it's almost as if someone or something introduced a self-perpetuating, multi-generational form of the Tower of Babel moment into the grammar, syntax, structure, my fingers, and language and speech modes of civilization to continue to scramble the language and thought process of the population through a series of trained and educated and even mind-controlled proxies, adherents, worshippers, and cultists. These proxies seem to be operating on instructions from a deeply hidden core or cabal of people on the planet who interface and in turn worship this someone or something. And I would agree and point you to the resemblance between papal claims and their irreformability, and the fact that that irreformability means that the institution itself then is no longer capable of repentance. And who does that sound like? And since we're talking about perfect possession, what does it sound like? She says, pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name. This very long undertaking must have been done with the goal to obfuscate and mystify God to us and our relationship with him as the common surface and stunt our spiritual growth. Sadly, it has been rather successful. But now we've arrived at an inflection point like no other that Dr. Farrell has spoken about and stated that they seem to be in a big hurry to perform or complete some task, or perhaps more pointedly, a ritual. Could it be it is because that someone or something realizes that, to borrow a line from a famous poem, we are at that point where things fall apart and the center cannot hold. And the clock on all of this is going to strike and their time is up. As for those who read S.K. Bain's work, that time could be 12/21/21. Granted, this is all part and parcel of things that Dr. Farrell and the Geezers have written and discussed in the last year or more, but my hope was to consolidate it into a format that provided some data for further consideration. I would leave it at that, but something unexpected appeared that I was not directly looking for. In studying the order, if there is one thing that they lust after besides power and control to satisfy their megalomania, it is the acquisition of vast wealth that goes along with it. So, cui bono? By just accomplishing what I have outlined, is it enough to sever our relationship with God and to be satisfied with that? Granted, that would probably be a goal for certain people or whomever to gloat over, but I doubt that would completely satisfy them. There must be something more. But what is it? What's puzzling you is the nature of my game. And that question led me to the matter of the off the end of the twig and over the cliff speculation I alluded to. We have broached the subject of trusts in several different areas over the past year. That led me to thinking that there may just be some type of trust involved in all of this. I'm going to give you a hint as to what one aspect of it may be, Southern California girl. It's called the Patrimony of St. Peter. Patrimony of St. Peter. That led me to thinking that there may be just some type of trust involved in all of this, not just hard assets such as money or bullion. What I mean is a living trust, and by that I mean people. Humans, and not merely in the sense of simple slavery, although that is a part of it. The following is a simple definition of a trust. A trust account is an account managed by a person on behalf of a beneficiary. A trust account is set up as a means to separate trust funds, monies belonging to persons rather than the broker, exempla gratia, principals and clients, from non-trust funds, monies belonging to the broker. This leads to a number of rather pointed questions such as, who is the broker? Patrimony of St. Peter. Who are the clients? Patrimony of St. Peter. What evidence is there of this trust? Patrimony of St. Peter. Who is the trustee? Patrimony of St. Peter. Every living trust must have a person or institution who manages the trust property under the terms of the trust. What are his terms? Are they stipulated in a contract or perhaps outlined in a treaty? Who signed it? And most disturbing non-question, the assets of a trust can also be sacrificed. Money is a medium of exchange and has a store of value. It is also a psychometric device. Its symbols or glyphs contain information in a field that define its value above that of its stored value. Do humans possess an inherent commodity that is fungible? Wikipedia defines fungibility as the property of a good or a commodity whose individual units are essentially interchangeable and each of whose parts is indistinguishable from another part. The symbol of the doctrine of the Trinity could be viewed as a psychometric symbol. The three components that make up the Ordo Theologiae, placed in proper order, are persons, operations, and essences. Does each of those contain its own psychometric symbol? Has one been placed on us spiritually? Does it have a unit of value? And is it marketable? Patrimony of St. Peter. I'd like to say that this line of inquiry was induced by some form of scamdemic paranoia, but I would only be kidding myself, as it has been percolating for a while since the subject of trust was broached by Captain Psyops. There are no easy answers to these questions. There are some hints if one looks. The broker and trustee could potentially be a certain office and certain institution with a long history of universal claims, papal bulls of subjugation, and infallibility. It would not surprise me. I also agree that Dr. Farrell is correct in his speculation that part of the stolen money being identified is paid as of some tithe or even a broker's fee. Patrimony of St. Peter. And let's add to that, Peter's pence. That kind of got Martin Luther exercised, if you recall. I'm going to close this for now and thank Mick and the gang for the small contribution to this submission, as I included those for a reason, and leave Dr. Farrell to provide any commentary and thoughts on the above to the group. Answers may come as they are searched for. Some may be easy, others not. A part of me hopes Dr. Farrell may say that, nah, Southern California girl, interesting speculation, there's nothing there. But I have a nagging suspicion there is, and there is indeed. And again, Patrimony of St. Peter and Peter's pence. The Denari Sancti Petri, yep. Donations or payments made directly to the Holy Say of the Catholic Church. Modern Peter's pence proceeds are used by the Pope for philanthropic works throughout the world and for administrative costs of the Vatican State. Yeah. And if you're paying attention, Southern California girl and Marshall, go back, reread Malachi Martin's novel, Vatican, and read carefully what he says about the bargain. Okay, and who's the bargain with? And what does it imply? Wow, Holy Say is pronounced say, yes. And people pronounce it Holy See. It's the say, not, sede vacantis, All right, that's the end of our vid chat after an hour and 45 minutes. So what I'm going to do now, folks, is, yes, we're talking about you, Shiloh. I'm going to go get the mail. I'm going to take the pooch outside. And let her do her business, roll in the grass and so on. And I'll come back and stick with you guys for some post chat and some post chat cigarettes. So, yeah. A Roland Zahay, yes. So I'll be back here in a few minutes, folks, while you guys chew on the patrimony of St. Peter and Peter's Pence and the bargain and who the bargain was with. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, you want to go outside? Do you want to go outside? Yeah. Okay, let's go outside. Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, I know. treat? Oh, yeah, let's go get a treat. Want a treat? Oh, boy. There we go. All right. Thanks for that, folks. Thank you for your patience. Okay, beat the drum. Take it easy. That was the Vidchat, folks. So I'm going to stick around here and have some post-chat discussion with you folks for a while. Oops. All right, there we go. Yeah, the trust. And while you're rereading Malachi Martin's novel, particularly the passages about the bargain, remember all of those early canons in the canon law of the church against alienating the property of the church. It's a whopper doozy. K-Tower says, I have an earlier question from a year or two ago that totally supports your premise last week. Oh, you're talking to Schwarzenstein. Is there a doctrine similar to the Logos in any other ancient religion apart from Christian? Yes. Stoicism. Stoicism is sort of like pardon me. Stoicism is sort of Logos doctrine without the Logos, because the Stoics, it's from the Stoics that you get the idea of logis spermatiki, the seminal reasons, rationes seminalis. So you've got kind of a little Logos doctrine there. Close to the owner. Are we getting close to the ownership that you feel that mankind is being fought over? Yes. Yes. Remember, in that respect, Paulo, the bull of Pope Boniface VIII, Unum Sanctum, where at one point in that bull he says, we therefore declare, define, and pronounce that it is altogether necessary for every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. Perfection of humanity with the divine. In a certain sense, I think you could look at it that way, Gabe, but that's not really how the Stoics viewed it. Esteban Sole says, good afternoon from Miami. Good afternoon to you, Esteban. Yeah, Mamma Mia indeed, Marshal of Italy, or Marshal of Stay Out of Russian Waters. I like that. The trust idea gets tangled up in Martin's Vatican with all sorts of interesting other players. And if you want to know who was actually the person in charge of the bargain, Niccolo Labello wrote an odd little book years and years ago, and it's about the Italian noble family, almost completely unknown to most people, called the Nogara. It actually sounds Japanese, but it's Italian. TSC says maybe the Russian fleet should pay a visit to Portsmouth. Yeah, tit for tat. Jeez. You know, I'm not so sure that sending NATO naval assets into the Black Sea through the Bosporus that Turkey controls is such a good idea. We seem to be somewhere along the way. Do you think Martin S.J. could have been an impect or a bishop? Yes, absolutely. That's easily answered. The reason I think that, Michael, in California, is that for about 3 years I corresponded with Father Malachi. And I don't know if you know the protocol of how bishops and priests sign their name. A priest will sign their name and then put a cross after their name. When a bishop signs their name, they put the cross before their signature. And Malachi would always sign his letters with a cross before his name. And that was because I asked him very directly in the first letter, are you the character Rico Lansing? And of course, the letter didn't answer, but he signed his name that way, and that was his answer. He knew that I would know what he was saying. Meanwhile, each pope since the bargain was signed is chosen by Guido's family, including the popes that Lansing is enmeshed with. Yes. Yes. A lot of gold in the bargain indeed. Some of it Japanese. If I could go back in time and make a different choice in career, would I make the same choice? Part of me thinks so, but in the long run, my choices played out, but they played out in a very different way than I expected them to. You know, at one time I just wanted to be an organist, and I would have been both happy and unhappy because the churches that use organs are for the most part so nonsensical. It's just, I don't know. Schwarzenstein says, I'm not sure what to make of Father Malachi Martin, given that he was an alleged spy. Yep. He was a spy for Augustine Cardinal Bea, committed adultery by absconding with another man's wife. I didn't know that. I've never heard that. I would be interested in knowing more about that. Now, I do know that in his personal life, he tended to live as a layman. Yeah, he was an exorcist. Huh. Yeah, Rocor. Don't get me started, Gabe. Don't get me started. His estate got sued by the husband of the woman he supposedly committed. I didn't know that at all. That's interesting. I'm not surprised. That whole celibacy thing has never made much sense to me. Oh, it was worse than that, Paulo. The bargain was worse than that. Much worse. Much worse. Melody Grundy says, I felt that part of the Vatican was his rewriting history the way he wished it had been. Yes, definitely. I agree with that. I agree with that. Uh, Roker and the Western Right, Gabe. that's a story that none of the jurisdictions are going to tell in its entirety or completely. And the OCA, the bad thing, Gabe, is that they're all corrupt. Like I say, they are not. They cannot tell the history straightly. There are huge gaps in what they will say. BC Nick, that's to Schwarzenstein. Mary Louise Allen says, if public servants take an oath to the Republic, their albeit conflicting oaths to the Masonic and other private management associations supersede their constitutional oaths. Same thing with the BAR. I have a recorded call with one state official who refused to answer this question. Yep. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. That's one reason I don't, I've had several offers from various people over the years to join secret societies. I just won't. I just won't. Again, Gabe, half of the story, half of the story, uh, it's much more complicated than any of them will ever let on to you. But yes, it essentially is it's a kind of philitism, let's put it that way. We still have 45 in the chat, 51 in the YouTube feed. I've got to make more cigarettes here. Yeah, the fossil nature K Tower is what I call my inner curmudgeon. Tulis Moran says he's off to mow. Okay, have fun mowing. Have fun mowing. Ellie says I have no idea what you're talking about. What I'm talking about, Ellie, is the history of orthodoxy in this country, particularly after the Russian Revolution. Michael in California says, just got this text from my college fraternity brother, a psychologist working for the Roman Catholic Diocese of San Jose. Quote, so my employer, the church, is following a new California law where you have to say whether you're vaccinated or not and have to wear an N95 mask if you're not vaccinated. The witch hunt begins. Yes. Yes. And the way it looks to me, Michael, in California, is they've deliberately set it up so that the non-vaccinated people are the control group for their big experiment. That's the way it appears to me. And the longer we go in this COVID nonsense, the more it appears to me that that's the way they set it up. It's deeper than that, Gabe. Much deeper than that. Much, much deeper than that. There have been many lost opportunities. Yeah, Rokor. Well, I'll be blunt. I'll say that I'm skeptical of all of those so-called canonical jurisdictions for reasons of my own. But Rokor in particular, and don't get me wrong, some of my students when I taught seminary went into Rokor and were Rokor. And for people who don't know what Rokor is, it's a jurisdiction of the Russian Church in this country. It's called the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. That's what Rokor stands for. Lots of reports from the Navy saying they can't go off ship with what? Can't go off ship without the vaccine? That's absurd. So basically, they're turning sailors into prisoners if they don't get the vaccine. Jeez. And Noah just confirms it, says, my fellow Marine buddies are finally getting pressured to get vaccinated. Interesting. The 45 volume set you're talking about, Schwarzenstein, that's the old Anglican translations that were done in the late 19th century. And that is, in my opinion, that's the best English language patrology out there. And it's there's 10 volumes of Nicene and post-Nicene fathers. Then there's a special set of St. Augustine, and then there's a special set of St. John Chrysostom. But 45 volumes, when you compare to the Patrologia Greco-Latina, which is the mean, it's sometimes called the mean Patrologia. I'll spell mean in the chat room. Migne. The mean Patrologia Greco-Latina is about 140 volumes. So, I mean, it's just skimming the surface. And that's just the Greek fathers. The Latin series of the mean is about 200 and, oh gosh, I think it's about 260 volumes. So, the actual Patrologia is an immense collection. Michael in California says, what happens when pilots, ship captains, air traffic controllers get mental illness and can't run our infrastructure? Listen, Michael, I have a friend who's a member here in the website who is a pilot, and this individual told me that he had been listening to air traffic control conversations, recent ones on YouTube since the COVID thing started. And he tells me it's a mess, that, they forget to talk to pilots, and so on. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to rebuy the Nicene, anti-Nicene fathers part of the Erdmann's Patrology. But the reason I like that one is because it's, Anglicans, it's copious footnotes and introductory material and so on. Yeah, combat ready when being full of spike proteins. Jeez. Yeah, we're just beginning to, I've heard reports. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Cliff High that was talking about vaccidents, people kind of blanking out who've had the vaccine, blanking out while they're driving their cars and having these strange accidents. Um, I have not encountered people that I know who have been vaccinated that have strange behaviors. It was Cliff High. All right. But nothing would surprise me at this stage. Eudemonist says, "In trans combat ready." I'm in Catherine Fitz's camp. I'm trans vaccinated. I identify myself as vaccinated. Michael in California says, "My mom has been a basket case since getting the Johnson & Johnson." How so? I've heard people telling me that they've noticed strange behaviors in people that have been vaccinated. I haven't seen any myself, but I've heard it from quite a few people. So I'm not surprised. Not at all. Michael says his mother has essentially gone manic. Chromo Lady says a friend of mine is having weird memory lapses. Dog's Breath says anecdotal reports of increases in car accidents. What's my opinion of the Greek Old Calendarist Church in the West? They're on the purity spiral. I hate to put it that way, but that's the way it's always struck me, Gabe, is that they're on the purity spiral. There are so many small, splintered groups. Might 87 says the structure of the spike protein looks like an antenna. Maybe they're trying to sensitize humans to EM. Listen, there is an aspect of electromagnetism, Might 87, that has bothered me about these messenger RNA vaccines from the get-go, because you look into some of the patents and they are openly talking about using these types of things basically as receivers. And don't forget Bill Gates's patent for updatable vaccines that are triggered, so to speak, triggered by electromagnetic frequencies. Yeah, and all of this, this is the problem. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine do work. Melody Grundy says, "I sent you the superhero vaccine they talked about today." I haven't yet opened my emails today, Melody. I probably won't be able to get to it, Melody, until about Sunday. And that's crossing my fingers because they're predicting storms and rain all weekend. Ellie says, "Have you seen the videos about the magnetism?" I've seen a few, and they are very weird. And what bothers me is no one's talking about the potential. If these people are experiencing magnetic effects, it's got to have some sort of neurophysiological effect. I mean, your brain is an electrochemical instrument. So, I can't imagine what that's going to do to your circuitry, so to speak. Gabe says he can't stand the OCA, not after Father Mark Hodges was defrocked by the Archbishop of the Midwest. Oh, the OCA. Again, the tales I could tell. Mogar says, I've heard of metal contamination in beef. Yeah, Furstenberg's book about electromagnetism is an eye-opener. And particularly when you consider it, Linda, in conjunction with what they're claiming about some of these vaccines. Actually, Mary Louise, that lady had taken, I believe, the Oxford trial vaccine, which, if I remember correctly, was the AstraZeneca. But yeah, she did say that. What gets me is if you look at, there's an interview online. BC Nick says, I say this with respect, but could it be possible people are listening to behavioral problems at a more alarming rate from the vaccine because they have convinced themselves the vaccine is going to kill them? I think there may be a bias. Yeah, I think there's a bias factor too. Absolutely. Schwarzenstein says, after watching that video of the test swabs and virus under the microscope with the virus creating antenna arrays, which were destroyed upon contact with ivermectin, that told me all I needed to. I would be interested in seeing that video. I've not seen or heard anything about that. Paulo says, my son reports that the government UFO report has been released. In it, the government claims there are 22 incidents in which there is no explanation as to what the phenomenon was. Oh, well, so we're back to Project Blue Book. Yeah, we've got a bunch of unknowns here. You mentioned that video during, I don't recall it. I'm not doubting that you mentioned it. I just don't recall it. But I can believe that the ivermectin story. You know, basically, Schwarzenstein, they're covering up any alternative therapy other than the vaccines. So to me, that's agenda. It has nothing to do with health, has nothing to do with science. It's an agenda. Melody Grundy says the Drudge Report is reporting UFOs are real. 143 episodes can't be explained. Defy worldly explanation. Won't rule out aliens. Yeah, you go lay down. Yeah, you go lay down. Yeah, you good girl. All right, sorry about that, folks. Is it possible to avoid both the purity and modernism within personal practice and thinking? Yes, but with difficulty. You know, it's difficult no matter what way you go. For me, Gabe, I've chosen to keep all of it at arm's length. In other words, I realize I'm living a kind of underground ecclesiastical existence, basically a hermit. Mary Louise Allen says, I have a friend who placed a magnet on his chicken breast and it stuck. Holy cow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Might87 says, is there any good source for British role in organizing the anarchist movement in Tsarist Russia that led to the murder of Tsar Alexander II, especially in connection with the anarchist conference organized in London? Might you try looking at the original Grande Dame of conspiracy theory by the name of Nesta Webster, Nesta, that was her name, Nesta Webster, and get a hold of a book called World Revolution that she wrote. The other one would be Fire in the Minds of Men by James Billington. He doesn't focus simply on the anarchists, but he certainly includes them. But Nesta Webster probably would be the place to start. Michael in California is leaving, so thank you for joining us today, Michael. There's not much written about that specific incident, Might. So you basically have to go to sources that are talking about the anarchists in connection with all of that 19th century revolutionary stuff. Winston 1984 says Nesta has some interesting books. Yes, she sure did, Winston. You know the story about her. She was so paranoid that when people would knock on her door, she'd meet them at the door with her revolver in hand. Icon 66 says someone in the forum posted a video from the health ranger. He interviews a lady doctor that talks about magnets on meats and skins of vaccinated people, but I forget who it was that me. This is the first I've heard on meats, but again, I'm not surprised. These people are trying to poison everything. I do think there's a bias in these stories, but I don't discount what people are saying. What are your thoughts on the prospects of the Gog and Magog war sparking over a proposed pipeline from Saudi Arabia to Europe through Israel and the Mediterranean? Well, I've said all along, Mason, that I think that a certain segment of Mr. Globaloney is using eschatological templates as their template of action. Gabe, I understand where you're coming from. My experience, I faced the same thing when I was Episcopalian, when, they had all of that change that happened in 1976. And many Episcopalians chose that route. But the problem was that in traditional Anglican thinking, you're not a Congregationalist. You are in communion with your bishop and whoever he's in communion with. Winston says, when we see Russia blessing their missiles en masse, we should start to worry. Listen, Winston, you've got to read that book called Russian Nuclear Orthodoxy. That's extremely interesting concerning the details of, it was really the Russian church that saved Russia's nuclear industry. I'm, I've been reading that book slowly because it's just packed with lots of gobsmacking information. The current patriarch, Kirill III, was heavily involved during that period of trying to um, save the Russian strategic nuclear arsenal. And he was the one that implemented, believe it or not, implemented Orthodox chaplaincies specifically for uh, the part of the Russian military that was involved in the nuclear arsenal. So, the situation now is that the church has a lot of influence over the nuclear weapons. you so uh, it's like the old Orthodox litanies: God save and protect our God-fearing Tsar and Christ-loving armies and our nuclear weapons. uh, Chroma Lady says originally they had estimated the reactions to the vaccines would start to be seen in large numbers after about 3 to 6 months, and here we are. I know some people who are having odd physical issues, but the tendency is to chalk up to something else. Something I ate, I slept badly, or it's my age. No one wants to admit there might be a problem with the injection. I've even wondered, Chroma Lady, if this weird tendonitis that I began to experience about a week ago may be vaccine related, because I've never ever have had this happen in my hand. And I've kept this finger taped up uh, for about a week, and it seems to help. But I still notice if I move my hand certain ways, it feels like there's just like right now, that there's something on the side of my finger that's stretching in the inside of my finger, and it hurts. K-Tower says Higherside Chat had an excellent interview with Dr. Christine Northrup. She was a guru of mainstream media until she went rogue and exposed the shady medical statistics and vaccinations. Yep. Yep. I'm not surprised. Most of the doctors that have come out with questions. Has Shiloh, good question, Mary Louise Allen. Has Shiloh still been sniffing the air? Yes, she has. And I notice it particularly at night when I take her out at night. I'm up until 4 or 5 in the morning usually. So I take her outside at night, and particularly at night, rather than, nose to the ground, her nose is up in the air. And the last time she did that specifically was when all those fires were going on in California. Schwarzenstein said the microscope showed that the test swab has these hook-like appendages on the tip of the swab, which obviously hook onto the flesh of your nasal cavity. They demonstrated this with a piece of meat, showing that a light swabbing will deposit hundreds of these little hook-like appendages in your nose. Then the microscope shows the virus coming into contact with biological fluids, saliva, mucus, and so on. When this happens, an antenna array begins to be created slowly over time. They show a Petri dish with 24 hours elapsed. And what you're looking at is an antenna array that looks like a grid pattern or bird's eye view of a residential neighborhood. Blake Cosmos found some DARPA patents that explain this hydrogel antenna array technology. Under the microscope, you can clearly see that once this antenna array comes in contact with ivermectin, it immediately starts to break down and dissolve. So that's the reason they don't want ivermectin being used as therapy. It interferes with their plan. Byzantra says, seems dogs can go crazy when encountering a vaccinated person. Has anyone heard that? I have not. Chroma Lady says, when I take my dog out, she will come to a point and stop still. She will not move regardless of how I try to coax her. I wonder why. Shiloh does the same thing, particularly when she's sniffing the air. She just stops. Xenophon says, grocery stores in my town in Germany give away free tests in cheap cardboard boxes with a cartoon-like Chinese woman on the cover. Yeah. And What Is says there's an internal memo to Canadian doctors which basically told them you can't go against the official narrative of COVID or lose. Yeah, doctors losing their license, I suspect, is going to be the next play in this country as well. I'm to the point with this COVID thing. I just don't, I don't even talk about it with the few people I have personal contact with, because trying to fight this narrative, if they're not on board, trying to fight the narrative just gets you nowhere. They're offering the same type of tests here, Gabe and Xenophon, and they're doing this in baseball games. So now if you go to the local minor league baseball team games, there's this little vaccine thing out there, and they're giving it away for free. I mean, they are desperate. It doesn't do me any good. Email it to me, Schwarzenstein. Linda says Walgreens is offering $25 with every shot. Yep. Mogar says my dog has been strangely angry at random people lately. Most of those had the vax. Unbelievable. I can believe it. Animals can smell and sense this stuff. Dog's Breath says, just like free software, you'd think some suspicions would be raised. That's what I can't figure out, Dog's Breath. Why are people so trusting? So trusting. Mary Louise Allen says, make it stop. Donuts, cars, vax, a million, scholarships, beer. Teleport me now. Unreal. But TSC says, trusting or unthinking? A bit of both. Eudemonist says, even some college tuitions are being paid as incentives. I had not heard that one, but I'm not surprised. Yeah, mind control. Or offering free ice cream to children. I've heard that one. And that's just diabolical. I don't care any. Linda says, this is America, where medicines for needy people are more expensive than rent. Why don't people see how out of character this is? Bingo. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Linda. Bingo. Mogar says, real pandemics don't need a marketing campaign. Yep. It's just insanity. All of it. Total insanity. What is says, I saw this today. I'm not sure how much truth is in it. La Quinta Columna, a team of Spanish researchers, has discovered that vaccines contain graphene oxide. It has an absorption band for 5G frequencies and may also be the reason behind the magnetic phenomenon. Graphene oxide. Jeez. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can believe it. You know, I suspect when all of the studies about what's in these so-called quackscenes are done and you put it all together, it's going to be like that Italian study a few years ago about vaccines where they found all of this strange stuff that they couldn't identify, including nanoparticles. I even blogged about it. I blogged about it on the site. Schwarzenstein says, thinking of mind control, I've encountered a handful of usually intelligent people, some friends of mine, meaning they've been exposed to my alternative views on things. And oddly enough, many of them have told me after getting the vaccine that they have no idea why I did that. So, in other words, they just did it as kind of a spur of the moment thing. Gabe says, I think our lurker who is of OCA got disturbed by Doc's rant and left. I think he's reconsidering OCA. Well, um, I didn't say anything specific. That's the problem. And I'm very choosy about who I talk to about the details of all that stuff. BC Nick says, I watch NBA games on muting, and when I see the commercials, it's actually quite frightening. You're looking at people smiling 6 feet apart, wearing masks, while doing air cheers to sell their beer. Yeah, it is. It is a. It's a complete cultural meme now at this point. You have people off their rockers, and they don't even know they're off their rockers with all of this mask nonsense. Many have not heard about Father Mark Hodges defrocking. It was news to me. Schwarzenstein says Blake Cosmos has told me that he too has encountered friends of his who said the same thing about being vaccinated. I don't even know why I did that. Unreal. So, in other words, they're playing around with their health, with their lives, and they don't even know why. Honestly. As if something just compelled them to get the vax. Well, Schwarzenstein, I would be curious to find out how much television those people watch or how much radio they listen to. When I hear this stuff on the radio of free vaccines at the baseball game or so on, or, these media pundits going on and on, I just turn it off. TFC says they're playing Russian roulette with a vaccine that's not even Russian. Has anyone heard any more about Charles Lieber's cancer story? No, I haven't, Chime. It's good that you mentioned that. I had totally forgotten about that. And yeah, Dog's Breath says the psychosis was laid down by Orange Man Bad, and it just ran from there. Yes. Yeah, this is going to come back and bite Donald Trump. You know, that's when he lost me. Those daily press conferences and all of that stuff. That's when he lost me. Schwarzenstein says there's going to be a run on tar and feathers in the near future. Yeah. Gabe says he thinks many of the promoters are perfectly possessed. I wouldn't go that far, but there's let's put it this way, there's an inertia to this vaccine madness that's coming from somewhere, and it's there's an aspect of it that I don't rule out a spiritual explanation for. Um, it's been over the top where I'm at, listening to the local media promoting this stuff everywhere you go, everywhere you go. And it is a psyop. Yep. I don't see how anyone can look at it any other way, actually. And now, if I remember correctly, Ernst Stavro Klaus Schwab, or Ernst Stavro Blow Schwab, whatever his name is, that little Nazi, um, if I remember correctly, he came out and said, well, we've got to, we should put the non-vax people in camps. That's, jeez. Uh-huh. Where have we heard that before from a German? Oh, my. Gabe says, I've noticed an intense amount of negative energy around those who've bought into the fear narrative, and I can't quite describe it. Many of them seem to have lost their humanity. Yep. Yep. Schwarzenstein says if Trump were smart, he'd let Bidenenko and the Democrats take credit for the for Operation Warp Speed. Well, I did see that Trump came out and said, well, we don't need to be vaccinating all these kids recently, but, too little, too late, Don. Chime says the New York Times came out with an editorial that COVID-19 should be more about politics than science. Well, that's the New York Times for you. I just don't, I'm to the point, folks, I do not trust any of the major media in this country at all. At all. I could talk about certain individuals on the faux news network, which is my my name for Fox. Some of those hosts have been on the COVID narrative bandwagon, and you can tell they're kind of trying to back off, and it's comical. I'm thinking of one particular person, and it's just kind of comical. Schwarzenstein says, and the United Kingdom is doing tests on the benefits of a third dose. Yep. BC Nick says Tucker is good, which is why he will be off the air soon. I have a suspicion that Tucker Carlson is not long for the faux news desk as well. But I have a suspicion that he's probably just going to start something of his own. Mary Louise Allen says it's like alexithymia, marked dysfunction of emotional awareness, social attachment, and interpersonal relationships. Yep. It's very simple, folks. It's like I've said before. Would you get on an untested airplane, the manufacturer of which has been exempted from any legal liability if something goes wrong with the airplane? Would you get on an airplane and fly that airplane? Answer, no. Well, why would you do it with a vaccine? What's up with Trump's news network? I didn't even know he had a news network, which shows you how much I pay attention as far as the science. I've basically written off American politics. At this stage, I'm thinking, okay, we're dealing with an alcoholic. We're dealing with an addict, and they're going to have to hit absolute bottom before any good can be done. And otherwise you're just wasting your time. So I'm in that boat. I'm just sitting back waiting for the for the alcoholic to hit absolute bottom. Linda says, I've wondered why Tucker has been allowed to keep talking for any length of time. I'm so jaded. I'm seeing plots within plots within plots. Yeah, Winston says, I think that was George Carlin's philosophy. I'm in the George Carlin camp, Mogar says America is done as we've known it. No political movements can stop this. Well, I agree with you, Mogar, but I've been kind of that philosophy all my life. To me, this is nothing new. It's just the denouement. I just, I go back to my anti-federalist proclivities. I think it's been a slow burning disaster from the get go. Mogar says it's just a matter of how long it takes now. I'm thinking, given the speed at which things are accelerating, I don't think it's going to be very long, Mogar. I really don't. The fact of the matter is, if they're willing to commit blatant, in-your-face election fraud for a presidential election, they can commit it anywhere. So 2022 is going to be interesting. Who got so fed up with Newsom? Oh, Rogan, I think you're talking about. Xenophon says the late Dr. Persinger shows that EMF can generate fear and other emotions. This is done in stores with don't shoplift messages used. Yep. Yep. Gabe says, I'm still hoping eventually, after several years, to be able to move to South Dakota. My home state. Go South Dakota. You know, if I could afford it and had the energy of my youth, I'd be thinking about moving back to Sodak as well. Sodak is a lot like Texas. It's just a lot less brassy about it. No offense to Texans in the audience. Well, Ellie says, I wonder what will happen with the non-vax people. What will happen to us? Well, there's always reservations for the non-vaxxed. I wouldn't put it past them. I really wouldn't. All right, one more cigarette. Udina says, no offense taken. We like South Dakota. You know, it's funny, you demonist. I was looking at the population of Sioux Falls lately just to see what it was, and it's up over 180,000. I just have trouble of any city in South Dakota that is that large. It just kind of boggles my mind. That's about a third of the population of the entire state. South Dakota is a lot like Texas. It's got a lot of very diverse terrain in a much smaller area than Texas. Wow, we still have 43 people. We've actually gone up in the number of people in the chat room. Mason Glaus says South Dakota was the one neighboring state Nebraska didn't hate. Well, true. True. Nebraska is another very interesting state. What is my view on channeling and mediumship? Well, I think it happens. I caution anybody against doing it. I don't do it. We'll never do it. I think you're just opening yourself up for big trouble. Schwarzenstein says Jeff Bezos is supposedly going to space next month, and there's a petition that has been started saying they want him to stay up there. I'll sign it. I will too. Gabe is saying that Sioux Falls is about half the size of Toledo now. Oh, the population there has just exploded. You know, it's just exploded. Well, it may be small, mid-sized city in your Ohio book, Gabe, but for South Dakota, that's enormous. It really is. Mogar says almost all the frogs are gay. What? What? Oh, my. Gay frogs. Okay. Jeez. Now we know we're in insane territory. Yeah, Sioux Falls especially is big, especially when you've been to Alcester. Last time I was in Alcester was about 35 years ago, and it probably hasn't changed much. Mogar says, Alex Jones, quote, they're turning the frogs gay. Leave it to Alex Jones to come up with something completely nutty like that. Well, Alcester is a regular metropolis, Winston, compared to Viborg. And how you get a town in South Dakota named after a town in Finland is beyond me. uh, Gabe says, and here I thought Pepe the Frog was banned for being a supposed white supremacist. Lurking Learner says, atrazine turns frogs gay. Okay. Viborg is, yeah, that's true. Viborg is in Russia now. That's true. I'm thinking real Finland as opposed to post-Stalin invasion Finland. Mason Glaus says he was actually half right. I believe it was astrazine being leaked into the water, river water, that was making them all be of one sex. Interesting. Eudemonus is saying estrogen in city water supplies has been blamed for feminizing frogs. Well, here's my problem, folks. I mean, frogs, okay? It's kind of hard looking at your average frog that's squatting there eating bugs to tell if it's a female or a male frog. And they don't exactly cooperate if you try and look, you know. We are in post chat, Linda. Melody Grundy says the frogs can tell what matters. Oh my. We're getting silly. It's the post chat. We usually do get silly in post chat. Gay frogs. Jeez. Oh my. Gabe says it came up in a Vidchat question almost 4 years. Gay frogs did? I don't remember that. What is says with all that's going on, being a bit silly does help. Yeah, well, true. I'm going to have gay frogs on my mind for the rest of the night, folks. Oh my. It's the good ship gay frogs where men are men, and well, you get the idea. Oh my. Linda says, I had a bit of a discussion yesterday with my dental hygienist about fluoride when I declined her toothpaste sample. Oh my. They're out to get us all. I think maybe I'm going to have one more anti-COVID stick, and then I'm going to call it a night. I may be back in here later tonight. I usually do check in just to see if anybody's still left and talking in the chat room, but it hasn't happened in a while. Chime says, my frogs are not gay. Well, I don't know if my frogs are gay or not around here, but I'm not about to ask them. Yeah, you lay down. You lay down. We're almost done. My little pooch is over here saying, "Are you ever going to shut up?" Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. Well, you lay down, okay? Yeah, you lay down. Yeah, we're almost done. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yes, I know. I know. It's been a long day for you. I'll play some Bach later if you're good. Yeah, we will. I'm almost done. I got to smoke this. I'm talking to these people, and then I'll go get you your dinner. Okay? How about that? Okay. Yeah. She's a talker. You're getting what I go through on a daily basis. She talks constantly. uh Schwarzenstein, there's always been this obscure research showing that cigarettes actually perform some kind of preventative or protective function against some of the various techno attempts at manipulating the public. Yep. 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 Georgianne Hughes and I talked about that a lot, Schwarzenstein, and we were both of the opinion that if the government's so against something, there must be something good about it. What breed is Shiloh? She is a Japanese Shiba Inu. And I suspect with just a little bit of golden retriever, she doesn't. She's got larger. Yeah, we're talking about you. She's got larger ears than your typical Shiba Inu, but definitely um, she's definitely mostly Shiba Inu because Shibas are very talkative. They're very independent minded, which she certainly is. She's got the little curled up Shiba Inu tail, and she's got a Shiba Inu coat, which is a very fine double coat of fur, a I mean, very fine hair. She's a very, very soft dog and sheds like crazy, which Shibas do. And she's smart, which Shibas are also. Yeah, we're talking about you. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about you, but we're saying good. Yeah, I know, but we're saying good things. Yeah, we're doing fine, and you'll be okay. You hear her talking over there. She's over there, her tail's wagging, and she's just talking. Uh, I've noticed she does that. If I play certain Bach pieces, she'll sit and whine and yelp to certain Bach pieces. Mary Louise says, I don't think I know the Shiloh Dr. Farrell reunion story. Um, for many years, Mary Louise, I donated money to animal rescue charities. I still do. And I just got it in my head about 3 years ago that I needed to adopt an animal. So I went on the local shelter's site, and the first picture I saw was her. And she looked so very, very sad. It was really a heartbreaking picture. So I contacted the shelter, made an appointment to go meet different dogs that I wanted to look at. And I also prayed, direct me to the right dog. And at the time, the website blogs would randomize pictures. And a couple days after I prayed, the picture that showed up as the randomized picture on my blog was a picture of a dog that was the spitting image of her. So I thought, okay, that's a sign. So anyway, I went to the animal rescue shelter and saw a bunch of dogs and then asked to see her. And I went into her cage and she reached out with her paw and put it right on my arm, just rested her paw on my arm. And I thought, well, that's it. This is the dog that God wants me to have. And I learned from the ladies that she had problems. She apparently had been abused. It messed up. I think it messed up her bowels because she does have bowel problems. She knows to go outside, but sometimes she can't help herself. And if she boo-boos inside, she will come to me immediately and let me know that she's boo-booed. But I learned from the ladies at the shelter that she had been through 4 shelters in 2 states before she ended up here, and I adopted her. And when I first got her, she was terribly afraid of leashes. She would cringe, and I think she was probably abused with a leash. She hated going through doorways. She would not go through doors. For the first 2 weeks I had her, she wouldn't whine. She wouldn't bark. And she still does not know how to play. She does not know how to play. So she went through a lot of abuse somewhere, but she's certainly come out of her shell, because as you hear, she's very talkative. I've had 3 other dogs in my life, and all of them were very sweet little dogs, but she's definitely the sweetest little dog I've ever had. And she's got quite a personality. They are very forgiving. Dogs are very, very forgiving animals. And she's got a lot of love. And, even when I pray at night, she knows somehow that I'm doing that, because she just sits there and doesn't talk or anything. Do I have a new hat? Well, this is new as of Christmas. This is my Have Gun Will Travel hat, if you remember that old television show. And it's one of my favorite hats because it's so comfortable. Yeah, she certainly, the ladies named her Shiloh. And I thought, yeah, we're talking about you again. There goes the tail. And I thought that was a good name for her. It literally means angel of peace. And she's certainly a peaceful little dog and talkative. Yes, we're talking about you. Yeah, we're talking about you again. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And we will. Just, yeah. 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 We're talking about you. Yeah. Katara says her husband's a cowboy aficionado and he really likes the hat. I don't even remember where I got this. It was some online, I get myself a hat for Christmas every year. And this was my Christmas hat this year. And I got it because I'm a fan of Have Gun Will Travel, that old television show with Richard Boone. And this is even advertised as a Have Gun Will Travel hat. So if you're looking to get this kind of hat with the top, it's felt, so it kind of stretches to your head size. A fedora? No. I'm not a fedora person. I'm not a fedora person. Yeah, Shiloh's been good for me. Shiloh has been very good for me. For one thing, she gets me out of the house and gives me exercise, when I take her out to go outside. Yeah, we've been together for 3 years, which means that she's probably about 5 years old. Yeah, we're talking about you. She's over there on the bed with her paws hanging over the bed, just kind of looking and whining and wagging her curly, cute tail. You want to listen to some Bach? Huh? You want a treat is what you want. Yeah, we'll take care of that in just a minute. Yeah. What I need is an Akuba. Winston votes for the pickle haba. Oh, I've since bought other accoutrements, Winston, to go with the pickle haba. I'm waiting for a visit from Tino von Struckman. He's over in Europe right now, and incidentally, he's in Berchtesgaden. Anyway, no, it's not a helmet. She wants me to play the Buxtehude Fugue. I haven't practiced this week because of this tendonitis, and I really want to. I had practice time scheduled. I'm going to get that Buxtehude Fugue down like I used to have it. I used to play that dang thing completely from memory, and how I did that I never know. But I'm working on the Buxtehude. I'm working on a couple of Bach fugues that I've always liked that I used to play. One of them being the Arnstadt that nobody plays correctly, in my humble opinion. But and I'm relearning an old Mendelssohn prelude that's quite nice and well, it's Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn's organ music is really pretty good. And of course, the Buxtehude, which I need to finish. I need to finish that webinar on Effektenlehre and get that whole fugue done. I might have to just do it with mistakes, Just do it, mistakes and all. Let people hear. There's not an organist alive that can play anything through without a mistake somewhere. Okay, good night, Melody. I'm almost done with this cigarette here, folks. So I'll be hitting the trail in just a few minutes as well. I've got to eat. Pay attention to my long-suffering little dog who loves to have me just sit with her on the couch and talk. She just loves that, don't you? What is says if you get your hands on turkey tail or changa mushroom, it helps. Yeah, well, we have to. We're scheduled to do the wrap up this coming Wednesday. Okay, thank you, Winston. We'll see you later. Eudemus says if anyone is interested in Dark Journalist has a video tonight. UFO Bilderberg, the X Control Club. Oh boy. That sounds interesting, Eudemus, but I'm probably going to give it a miss because I just need some downtime away from the computer screen. Okay, Mason Glauza, welcome. And hope you enjoyed your first Vidchat. Don't forget, there's no Vidchat next week, folks. Next week is my Friday off. And I'll try and get the schedule up either sometime this weekend or perhaps next weekend for the coming month. And I'll keep you posted on the dialogue with Scarmoj and so on and so on. Anyway, thank you all for tuning in. I'm going to end the stream now, so I'll say goodbye to everybody. We'll see you on the flip side in a couple of weeks. I might be back in later to see if anybody's still in the chat room. Bye-bye, everybody.